Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for coming today and for the next few hours and tomorrow. We are very proud and happy as a Yacht Club of Greece to have the ORC here, the some of the best and brightest minds of the ORC here. This is an idea that the Yacht Club of Greece had to bring the state of the art of offshore sailing to Greece, to inform people about the state of the art, where we are, what is happening, to get people ready for the season. So I know the president of the offshore committee of the Hellenic Sailing Federation would like to say something. So without further ado, I'd like to give the mic to Mr. Konstantinos Kalogeropoulos.
Thank you very much for the excellent idea you have. I must welcome you. It's a preferisco parlare in italiano che sempre più meglio per lei Presidente, but I must speak in English. I wanted to say in Italian caloroso abbraccio al Presidente. And we are happy to welcome you in a place with which you have enjoyed a long and fruitful collaboration. Not only that, but I must say that through our positive activities, regattas, we have succeeded in influencing the spread of ORC in the Eastern Mediterranean. This is a very important point that I must say. And I must mention some regattas especially that they have played a role in this thing, such as the Rhodos Cup and the Aegean Regatta, etc. It's very important for the system, I think, to have good measurements, and I think this is a key point that is important for our races. And not say a lot of things to bore you, but as you see, you are not stopping here. We have already started some new activities, like Tina Sfakianaki, we start to measure classic boat, and we focus in a special type of boat, kaiki, and for which for some reasons, I don't know, it was not popular in the system popular. And we also create a separating rating list for IOR's boats because there are quite a few of them, and they continue to offer a lot of things in the thank you, Mr. Andreadis, for this timely initiative, and I thank all of you, and I think that we are going to have a constructive discussion.
Thank you, Konstantinos.
We are very proud to be here in this club. We have been here before racing many times, ORC events, with Stratis and his father, and we have been here also for some trouble. I remember very well the protest hearing that was in this room for 3 days about the measurement of Skunica, a boat that was challenged for its measurement for the first time after awarding a title, and this discussion brought to a decision from the international jury to disqualify this boat. So this club has a lot of history itself, but has a lot of memory also for the ORC. So thank you for inviting us again. Greece is one of the most important countries. We have our rules raised in 45 countries around the world. Greece is very important. As Costantino was saying before, we started also with the help of Greece to spread in Turkey last year, and some races in Turkey have already happened under ORC, and you will see in the calendar that we will show about the most important Mediterranean races. It is also very important, the Aegean 600 regatta, because it has established as one of the most important offshore regattas around the world, not only in the Med, and is so spectacular for the islands you go by. We, as ORC, as you know, are administering rules not only for traditional boats, as Konstantinos was saying. We are also devoting some time to revamp classic and IOR boats. This is a feature that takes a lot of time, and it enters in a field where you have a lot of differences that are very difficult to rate, but we are trying to do so. As a matter, the kayaks are more for cruising than for racing, but we are doing that as well. As you know, also since 2014 we started a new rule for the super yacht that are boats over 100 feet, and these boats have been hosted with the help of Stratis in a very important race that has been established in Greece, in Antiparos, in June, and it will be the third edition this year. We had more than 20 boats already in racing in Antiparos in the last 2 years. We also started 6 years ago a new challenge with the multi-hulls, with the ORC multi-hull rule. Also, this rule is under review and development, and the MOCRA rule that was dominating the field up to the establishment of the ORC multi-hull rule is now merged into the ORC multi-hull rule, and our VPP is in fact the engine of the MOCRA system for this year. So we are functioning well. We believe we are more than 15,000 certificates in 2025 issued for more than 10,000 boats. So I think this is a good result for us. Good. So we have 15 people working for ORC full time. We are a no-profit company. All the revenues that we get from the levies of our certificates are devoted to research and development, and to pay, of course, the 15 people that are working for us. Not only we have been developing also the part of administering our events. We run a world championship every year in ORC International, but since 6 years also for double-handed an ORC International World Championship. This is a new way of sailing the double-handed that is encountering a lot of success in many places, especially in the northern area of Europe. So to run and organize technically in a proper way these events, we are now running through Worlds, Europeans, and other continental championships that started also in other continents like US. Our people involved to ensure that the ratings are fair and the results cannot be challenged. We will talk about some issue that happened last year and how we deal with the issues like the XR41. And let me go quickly through. This is our people. Here we were in Monfalcone 2 years ago. So we were a little younger for 2 years. Let's go to see the races in the Med, just to give you an idea of the small presentation I prepare. Go. You see that the introduction of Turkey has been important. We already have more than 300 certificates in Turkey. It's becoming a good country for us, and thank you again to Konstantinos for what he did. I know that the racing is close to Greece in some islands and in Rhodos especially, and this was helping and was crucial and vital. We also established a very good connection with Spain. Spain is a second country with number of certificates, 1,400 certificates per year, and Palma Vela in Palma is also one of the first races to come in this season in April. We have also another location that we are looking at because the Europeans next year will be run in Malaga, and so we are going there for the Sailing Cup in June to check whether the organizer is all set up for the Europeans the following year. This is something we tend to do, not because we do not trust the organizer, but because we want to be sure that everything is ready within the organization to run, for example, 2 course or 3 course areas, the number of ribs that we need to check and control, jury and technical committee, the races.
I think there is one missing one in
Sorry, I put myself, so I apologize if I miss. It's just as an example. And then we go to the most important one that I already mentioned. Every 2 years we have also the Rolex Swan Cup. The yard, Nautor yard, switched from IRC to ORC 10 years ago. It will be the 5th edition of the Swan Cup under ORC rules. Move on. These are the major events. I want to focus on the main championship that will happen in the Mediterranean this year. We'll be in Spain twice. One is for the European Championship in Altea, double-handed. As I said before, we have split the championship between the full crew and double-handed. And in July in Altea, we have already 73 entries from 11 countries. And this championship will be run over 2 races, 1 short and 1 long offshore race. The other European Championship that will happen in Spain is a sport boat. Sport boat is a type of boat that is an entry level for ORC with displacement less than 2,000 kilos and an overall length between 6 and 9.15 meters, and is also a rule that accomplished to have boats that are used to race, for example, on lakes. In the northern Europe, we have a lot of lakes that have this kind of boats without lifelines and with trapezes. And this sport boat class can accomplish to have also this kind of boats racing. Move on, please. The most important event for this year is the ORC International World Championship that will happen in Sorrento at the beginning of May. This is linked with another important offshore regatta that is a Tregolfi regatta in the Gulf of Naples. And we have up to now 114 entries from 18 countries. We have a coastal race, a long offshore race that is a Tregolfi race, and 6 inshore races in Sorrento. This golf is becoming more and more famous because the following year we will have the America's Cup in Naples. Move on, please. Then, as I said, since 12 years we are running the Super Yacht rule, and we have in the Med these 5 events. One, and the first one after the Caribbean season will be the Giorgio Armani Cup in Porto Cervo at the end of May. The one that I already talked about is the Antiparos Cyclades Cup, the 3rd edition, with the help of Stratis that is organizing this event. The Super Yacht Cup Palma in June, end of June. The Maxi Yacht Rolex Cup in Porto Cervo at the beginning of September, to end the season in Ibiza with the Joy Sail Regatta that had to introduce a cap of entries to up to 22 for the limitation of space and berthing in the island. Okay, so this is just an overview. We are here not to advertise what we do, but the scope of the meeting, talking with Stratis and Konstantinos, is to help you understand what we are doing, what the changes are in our rule for this year, and to understand the needs you have. As Konstantinos already mentioned, we are based on a good measurement, but we have tools, and we will see this kind of tools where we can simplify the input data to allow entry-level owners to start racing. And we will have a short presentation also about a new tool we have been working on that is named ORC Lite. I don't know whether the agenda provides for ORC Lite now or later on. I can go, okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, this one. This is our webpage, and one of the reasons probably that you missed some of it is that we have all the upcoming events here. So here you can see these are the ones that are coming now. And here you can see everything. But if you have one event that aren't on the list, you can submit the event there. So if there are organizers that go into this and submit the name of the event, it will come on this list. So this is very important that all nations, also the ones in Greece, do. So please use the webpage to submit the ORC event.
Is okay, Stratis, to go with the ORC Lite now? Okay, so can you... Okay, we within ORC are not so much interested in the fight we are having with IRC. As you know, overall we are more than double the certificates of IRC around the world. But we are interested to serve the constituency, the sailors. And we know there are many sailors that are racing with local rating systems, PHRF systems. And we thought about how can we do to provide these people an entry-level tool so that these guys start appreciating the handicap racing under ORC rules, and then if they are passionate with that, climb up to ORC Club and then ORC International to race. So we are running this year an experiment with this new tool that is ORC Lite, and we started this experiment with some region of our most important country in terms of number of certificates is Italy with 1,600 certificates per year. We had meetings with the Italian Federation to understand how to offer this tool. And this tool was driven by many constraints that would allow possibly this rule not to spoil the already existing rule, club and international, but as a matter of fact to attract people who is staying at the dock and not racing to go out and test in a club level race what it is to race against different sailing boats on a Sunday or a Saturday race. So the constraints that we started with the Federation are, do we want to give this rating as an entry level? Yes. We need to be sure that an owner that is already has been already racing with a club or international is not downgrading his rating to light because he wants to get a small cup in the Sunday race and to race against people who never tested his crew and himself in a race. Instead, we want people who is not been racing before to test and to come to enjoy. So the limitation of this rating is it lasts for a certain period of time, and we establish in Italy 2 years. You can have this rating for 2 years maximum, and you are allowed to get this rating if you had not a club or international before in the past 5 years. So you were not racing, or you were docked in the marina for 5 years and you come back to racing after 5 years. Can you move, please? The other important part that was decided is that normally this kind of boats and owners are not programming and organized in the way to get a certificate well in advance of the race. They must be able to decide on Saturday morning, I want to race tomorrow morning in the Sunday regatta in my club. Therefore, the tool that was established was to allow the club itself to issue this kind of simple certificate for the owner who would decide at the very last moment to race. In this case, the club, who is a club recognized by the Italian Federation and by the owner association, would ask for a permission to link with the overseas server in a way that, with the simple data that we will see afterwards, they can themselves issue this light certificate. Of course, there is a must that all the competitors must be affiliated with the Italian Federation, and they cannot race if they are not affiliated. This is also a matter of insurance. If you hurt yourself in a race in Italy, it is mandatory to be a federation member. Yes?
One question. If someone has already a certificate and then the current certificate is racing against RC lights?
No, there's another must. These light certificates have a separate class and they race in a separate class. They can race even on the same course, even if we suggest to make a different course for the light classes. But they cannot compete against the club or international. It's just a taste of what is racing in handicap, and then if they're happy after 2 years, they can upgrade to club or international. What is a certificate about? You see, it is not required any measurer or measurement. You just need to tell which model your boat is and the series date and draft of your keel. Then there is a search in the ORC database to find your type of boat. And with this type of boat, we take the worst in terms of handicap. So this handicap is not favoring you. We have to be sure that in case you do not measure your handicap is in any case not the best handicap as possible. Then you have only to declare whether you are racing with a spinnaker or without a spinnaker, or instead you have asymmetric. And the other thing that you need to declare is if you have an inboard propeller, which type of prop you have, or instead if you have an outboard engine or you are without engine. Move on. This is the shape of the certificate, and you see that this simple data, the type of boat and the series data, the designer, the length, the draft, spinnaker, asymmetric or non-asymmetric, and the prop, and the name of the owner. And that's it. And you get only these two numbers that are a single number, APH, one time on distance, one time on time. So it's a very simple certificate. The federation deal is to have this with a logo of the federation, in this case the Italian Federation, and the Italian Owner Association here, but of course all the engine is through the ORC. Next, Thomas. As you see, these certificates, as all our ORC certificates are expiring at the end of the year, can be renewed only for 2 years. And the other things that I already said about the constraints. Move on. And you see in our database, there is another column now with a light certificate, apart the double-ended, the no-spinnaker, the ORC standard. Move on. And again, you see from here if it is a club international or double-handed or light, and move on. And there is a how the club itself can register into Sailor Service for free within our website to get access to the database, to select the model of boat and then issue the certificate. Move on, Thomas. Okay, this is a simple registration of the club. Move on. And then you have to select a model. Move on. You search in our database, putting, in this case, ASSO 99 is a boat of Lake of Garda, and you select this type, and then spinnaker, no spinnaker type of propeller and draft. Move on. You see what you were asking before. Separate starts, different courses from the ones racing with club and international. Another thing that the club can obtain, of course, is to download directly from the website the ratings that they will use to score that race. The experiment is going well. We started with the Winter Championship in Italy. We have run not a big number. We are talking about 70 light certificates in some Winter Championship as an experiment. And this is a test, but every nation, every country can have different problems. They can ask to do it differently through the federation or through the clubs. So if you are interested in this product, of course, we can start negotiating with the federation and the offshore organization to understand what is more convenient for Greece. Questions? Morning, Konstantinos. Okay, so next one is in the agenda.
It's the XR41, I guess. If we want to take that one now. There is
Konstantinos.
About the light is something that we discuss a lot, and we decide. I'm going to announce how we are going to use it. For us, the most important is to bring the sailors in the club. But we have some cases in Ionian Rally, in this regatta with foreigners or with a lot of people that they come only to test. And I think that is a useful tool for these cases. We don't want to bring this light and not go to the club. And this is our policy, that we are going to introduce and announce this in all the clubs. And when they want to make a regatta, and if they have people, sailors for some countries, other countries, that they join us to do the regatta, to only for this regatta and not for all regatta, to introduce them. This is our policy. I don't know if right or wrong. But
well, it is a little difficult for our policy, because in our policy, normally a boat is entitled to have only one type of certificate per year. You cannot have a light in club or a light and an international. As I said before, this is why we set up constraints at the beginning. A newcomer who doesn't have a club, who didn't have a club or international, is entitled to have this type of certificate. We want to create newcomers to the racing, to the handicap racing, not to downgrade people who was ready is having a club or international to go down to the light. Yes.
I think I'm okay. You have to listen now. Okay, it's not a particular immediate interest in my case, but let's say, what's the difference? What different measurements does the light have compared to club or the international certificate?
As I said, it is not measured. So you pick up in that type of boat, X41, let's make an example, the worst possible handicap you have in the database for that type of boat. Yes, worst in handicap is the fastest. And therefore, if you race with this type of boat against others that are newcomers and different type of boats, with all the same type of penalization in terms of getting the world certificate, then you start liking going around the buoys, maneuvering, the starting procedure, you taste it, and then I say, but my numbers are not so good. So maybe I measure my boat and I go to the club or I go to international. So this is the idea, to climb up. Okay.
So, for example, as Mr. Konstantinos said before, if we want to organize a special race for some boats that they have come from foreign countries and they want to run here in Greece, so maybe for those boats that they don't have certificate, can we use this method, this type of certificate for have certificate for them and organize a race?
This is a new concept that we didn't explore yet. As I said, in this experiment now in Italy, we are making the light certificate boats race only within themselves. We don't allow a light certificate boat to race against a club or international certificate. Among, yeah, with a different class, yes, you can. Yes, this is possible. With the light. Of course, if that racing, with that racing, you have to establish in the notice of race that the scoring for that class will be under APH. That's it. Yes. Time on distance or time on time. Yes. Okay. We move on to next one then.
Yeah, I think I just want to say something before I give the. I have it here, I think. I think Soran will give an update on the 2026 VPP, but before that, I just want to go through how this is organized, how the structure of the organization looks like. I think I start by introducing myself. My name is Thomas Nilsson. I'm from Norway.
Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I apologize. I will tell you later.
I have been involved with the ORC since 2004, where I became a Congress member from Norway. And the system works that the number of certificates is what allows you the number of Congress members. So if you have a certain amount of certificate, you can have one Congress member. If you have 300, you can have two. And if you have 800 certificate, you can have 3 Congress members. And that's the maximum. So if we look at the web page, so this here is the list of Congress member. I think we are 40. No more. More than 45 countries that are represented in Congress. Yeah. Yeah. So here are the list. There are some new ones, like Bruno said. Turkey has moved from 70, I think, to 320, and they are still growing. It's probably the fastest growing overseas country in the world right now. So here are the list. There are some coming in, some coming out, because we have in every November we have a AGM. It's every time together with World Sailing, and then we have the Congress, and then we vote. And if you have a country with more certificates, have more votes. So if you want to get your thing through, it's important that you get certificates, or maybe also allies with other countries. So this is how it works. I think also this one is very useful because you can sit in a committee without being a Congress member. So on top we have the board of ORC. Then we have the technical committee who deals with the VPP, and that's what Soran is going to go through after me. So we have the technical committee, we have the measurement committee, we have the offshore committee, offshore classes and event committee that deals with championships, bids, and so on. We have the race management committee. We have the special regs committee where we have one. You see here, it's Per Bøymo who is the representative in World Sailing Special Regs subcommittee. We have the promotion and development committee, and we have the rating officer committee. So I think if you have people that want to be part of the organization as a committee member, it's just to get in touch. If you want to be part and you feel that you can contribute in develop the system, you are more than welcome to join. As a Congress, that's something the M&A are dealing with, and like I said, based on the numbers. But here you can be part of a committee without being a Congress member. So I think it's I think it's very important that Greece are represented in the committees that does the work, because when we get a submission, it's the committee that goes through the submission and it proposes to Congress what you should vote. But in the end, it's the Congress who decide everything, and that's the same. We are going to have a short update on the XR41 and issue, and in the beginning they said ITC did this. No, ITC did the research. It was the Congress who decided this. So all the 45 nations voted anonymously to follow the advice from ITC. So I think my point is it's clear that there is no one sitting in an office making decision. It's the Congress who makes the decision, and Congress are countries like Greece. So you will find all this here on our webpage. It's up here on the organization here. You can see who's in the different committees, and you probably should think if there are someone inside Greece or Turkey or someone in the area that should be involved. So I think I give the word to Soran. You will probably introduce yourself. I'm just going to find the presentation.
So welcome everyone. Let me also then introduce myself. I'm Zoran Grubiš. I'm coming from Croatia. I'm acting as a ORC chief measurer for several years now. Here I would like to give you the summary of the rule changes and updates of 2026. Including, I will start at least try to explain the story behind this, the technical story. I'm technical guy, and I will probably be focused on the technical explanations. For the other things, we may also have input from our management committee members. So let me start with the next slide. First of all, I need to say that we are updating our rules and the VPP every year. Why? Because we want to follow, first of all, what's going on the race, and we want always to have the best updates and improvements of the system, because the system is something that is constantly has been developed and monitored by the work of the ITC. The ITC is acting on submissions, because whenever someone is saying something is wrong, please update it or do this or do that. Regardless of that, we have constant research and development on famous or different aero and hydro models to find how the best way to rate the yachts. So at some point, people were saying, maybe we should, change the rule every 4 years, but then, or every 2 years. But then what happened when during the season you find that something is really wrong? It's not fair. I mean, because we really want to have, as you see here, kind of our motto slogan is the equal chance to win. It's we really need to be sure that how we are rating boats, that we can act when there is something that is proven to be a loophole or something that is giving unwanted advantage or disadvantage to some boats. So this was the procedure and how this all starts, the problem of Ixiot. So basically the updates of the rules itself of the VPP are two major. One is this new residual resistance model, and another is new rating assessment of different rigging sales controls that I will explain later. So how it starts, we had the World Championship this year in Tallinn, Estonia, and while looking the numbers and comparing the data of the boats, it was clearly that we picked up, maybe you can put that on the your presentation. It was clearly when you compare the polar data of the XR41 and X41, you can see that at the same here the table, that basically in all points of sail, so the green one is who is faster. The faster is X41, and the XR41 is faster in almost all points of sails, but in the BTVMG, she is slower. So obviously, this red is literally red alarm that something is wrong, because logically, in a sense of physics and behavior of the boats on the water, if you are faster all the time, how you can get the handicap better, slower on your BTVMG. And this was found during the event. Of course, at that time we could not act. That's the system. And by the way, so all the checks on the measurement and how the boats are measured and things are absolutely okay, no problem with this. So we understood, okay, we have a problem with the VPP. This was reported to the ITC, and actually this started all the looks and all the understanding why we have this problem. The VPP itself is complicated, and it's a lot of mathematical calculation, and particularly that part that we are always talking about is residual resistance. So if I try to explain you in the simple words what is residual resistance, basically to calculate the VPP, we need to calculate the resistance of the boat that is while going on the water, compare this with the forces that you have on the sails, and basically to try to find equilibrium that will give you the boat speed in different wind direction and wind strength. The residual resistance is something that is the most hard part to determine. When you have the boat, you know that there is a frictional resistance that depends on the wetted surface of the boat. How much wetted surface you have, the more frictional resistance you have. You have the resistance of the propeller or the other things. So anything that you cannot is that residual resistance. Current model is based on this so-called artificial neural network. Almost take it as artificial intelligence coming into this calculation that basically goes to lots of parameters and then picking up within these parameters, calculating the factors that are giving you on the end the resistance. One of these factors is this coefficient of water plane area. Basically, this is when you divide the water plane area with the max length and beam. This would be 1, this would be 0.5, and this would be like 0.79. The XR41 found this, I would not say, I mean, we can say it's loophole or not, or design, or the idea how they came is definitely different than the rest of the fleet. They found that this water plane coefficient area is quite high. Our models, the problem is that at some point we're normally working to do something that you can expect that it can be. When you come to the area that is above this normal, the data that you can find within the fleet, then we had the wrong calculation. And this was the place when was understood that this boat is giving so-called free lunch. And then the first decision of the ITC was simply say, okay, we have a problem, so we need to stop our calculation and put the limit. If you go behind that number of this, we can, simply stop the limit. These are these coefficients factors, and honestly, I don't be afraid with this. But this is, for those who are working on this, they know exactly what they are doing. And what they are doing, they are looking that this boat is always in each diagram out of normal data. What you want to have the good calculation to be here, because here you have the good data. And when you have this boat in every of these diagrams out, meaning that we need to put him back where we want to be. And this, by doing this cap or limit, we can do it. And this was the solution for 26. Nevertheless, with the plan to completely review and to even update more for 27. What I want to say here is that I don't know how much people nowadays we live in the social networks and information is spread a lot. We need to say that what we are doing here, we are only fixing up the VPP. When we have the problem, we have scientific approach that say, okay, we have a problem, we need to solve it. It's absolutely not idea that someone is saying, you have a problem, just put a penalty on this boat. No, because we don't know how much the penalty will be. What we are trying to do, we are trying to fix the problem and the calculations of the VPP. Discussion was also saying, maybe we should just leave it and then do something for 27. But we have one boat that is affecting the fleet. Will this be then fair against 99% of the fleet? Probably not. And that's why we need to act, and that's why we need to do some changes. And this was the first time, I would say probably in the last 20 years or more, that we had a case like this. Otherwise, we were normally updated. But we want to show you that when we find that something is wrong, we need to fix it. And that's the whole story behind this. Yes, please. Yes. Yeah. So, a bit, you want to, I can answer technically if you want, just to explain. So, the first thing is that the XR41 is the one boat that exactly had parameters much different from the rest of the fleet. All other boats that you were mentioning were fitting within the general data that we have for the fleet. We were doing, and we admit that during the history we are improving the VPP. Yes, maybe in a later, of course, but yes, maybe in a 2007 or something, the VPP was not as good as we have it here. That residual resistance model that I mentioned has been updated several times, including the new approach of this neural network and things like this. The difference only is that XR41 has exactly one parameter that was out of the limits. That was.
Just to answer also your political question, not in a technical way. We are targeting always the winning boats with the ITC. It is not true that we are not looking after the Grand Soleil 44 or the Swan 42 or the boats that you mentioned before that were winning. Exactly. We want to understand if we find some parameter that is not taken care of by our VPP or by our measurement system. So this is the work of the ITC all over the year. And the test fleet they are looking at is comprising, of course, these boats. So in this case, it was evident that there was a loophole in the VPP because of what Zoran was pointing out. In the other cases, it was not. Yes.
I mean, every time when we are doing a new EPP, we rescore the races. Doesn't matter. And even in these cases, in the case of XR41, the winning boat will still win. The only couple of boats that were placed, I don't know, third to four, will probably be fifth to sixth. Will lose couple of yes. That's the thing. So, yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 20. Yeah. Yeah. But no, that's a problem. Yeah, I guess.
No, but I think I think it's a good thing because it means that design evolves. So if you see the boats now, they weren't there 10 years ago. They weren't there 5 years ago. Now you have these big scow boats, and they are pushing, and they are going out of how we calculate the things. And I think just to answer your previous question is the biggest learning out of this isn't how we dealt with the problem, but we should have dealt with it before together with Yacht, because Yacht was one of the first who said, we know it's wrong how it's calculated. They knew that they have found a loophole. They knew that the VPP didn't rate the boat properly. So when we found out, they didn't say you are wrong. They said our proposal to fix it was wrong. So when we sat down together with Yacht after the AGM in November, and we have used thousands of hours, we have run 1,000 CFD runs, and now Yacht says now it's dealing with reality. But they were 100% sure. They knew that it was a wrong calculation. Now they know it's a correct calculation, and we know it's a correct one. And it's also going to be better because the system we have used now is the capping that you said. We have set parameters. So in 2027, the VPP will deal with the boats that are outside the model.
The whole situation is like Formula One. Everybody tries to find a way.
Exactly. I was about just to comment this.
And the outcome is when the committee finds something that is wrong, to negotiate how you would treat the situation, not the Italians, not the Danish, not the...
And I'm pretty much aware of this. And yes, this is the game. We are making the rules, and designers are trying to find something that be the rule or something. This is the game, and this is fair. I mean, and even when design the rules, any rule, we cannot predict anything. And I can show you, maybe not here, maybe even if we talk more about the measurement itself. So we had the idea of smart guy. We were running the measurement seminar before 2016 volts in Denmark. And then there was a sail maker who came with a very smart idea to add a triangle of the sail that is basically flopped and not used. But while it's added, because you measure and then you get all the girths much smaller, and you simply get the smaller sail area. And he came with this idea. We need to change the rule, because he was smart enough to find the loophole. And we cannot predict anything. And he was saying that the problem that this boat came, the boat is different. They found something, so this waterplane area, the shape of the boat, and if you see, frankly, I know you probably have seen this boat. If you see the boat, you will first say, this boat is a little different than the rest. It's you will see, something is different here. And by the way, we also had lots of discussion regardless of this with the XYs. They were asking me the question of the height of the stanchions, the things, then also the thing that they have non-manual power for Cunningham, that we also changed later to encompass it. So the boat was completely different. They come with something different. We saw that something is wrong, and we reacted to this. That's the whole story, and it's definitely not the story like, there is something wrong, put the penalty on this guy. No, and this is not an idea.
I think I can't speak for Yacht, but I can speak about the discussion we have had with them. I don't think this will happen again, because if we are in agreement that the next time something like this occur, we deal with the problem in front, not afterward, because this is, and you can have you can outsmart the system, but not when it's something really, really, really wrong.
So that means that even before the World Championship, you knew roughly that something was wrong with the boat, right?
No. We didn't know. We just knew. I mean, they were advertising. They start to advertise the boat, as you say, slow on the paper, fast on the water, like basically like this. And we could not until we see the boat and see the boat, how is boat performing. We cannot know, basically.
But probably we should, when they 1 year before the launch of the boat, they actually said we have tricked the system.
I think that's
and the designers went out and said it will be slower on paper than an X41 and faster in the water. Then we should have said, is there something we should discuss? And I think
we are trying to. We are encouraging designers to come to us when have some ideas. And recently, today, I got an email for the guy asking, can I make the whisker pole telescopic? The whisker pole. So the whisker pole is something that needs to be connected to the mast and the headset glue. And he is asking, can I make it telescopic? I said, mean that you can, extract it, adjust the height. I said yes, but your measurement should be obviously the most the maximum. But then I asked him, look, tell me what you are doing or why you are asking this, because maybe I don't see something, some idea that they have behind, and then we can answer and discuss it and avoid the problems when you come with these things. Yes, that's what they're doing. But the problem is to define, to ask for something that is within the rule. I mean, we had, if you remember, in Hanko in Norway, we had this X41 City Freedom with the funny sail that was he was asking, is this allowed? I was checking all the rules and we said, yes, it's allowed. And then it was proven that was not rule beater. He didn't get anything with this, but they were thinking that they have some smart ideas. But this is all part of the game, and we are ready to accept it. this is yeah. Uh, yes. As said, we are monitoring and definitely looking all the big events and the championships and that we are running. As Thomas was saying, also the open system of the ORC is that whenever you see something, you can make submission as a Greece Federation and saying, please guys, can you because from our analysis we believe that that's 145 is winning all races and give us some data. And the other thing, the ITC has so-called performance database where all the boats who have the good instruments and log data can submit this data, and then we are basically have kind of small fleet that we are comparing the actual data on the race area with prediction of the VPP, and based on that we know how to adjust and which part of the VPP we want. Another project that we are opening now is also to have really real-time live scoring, particularly on windward-leeward races, understanding what's going on and understanding if some boat is winning, let's say, windward or leeward, and then we know, maybe we have a problem of calculations downwind and upwind. I'm trying to, again, put this in the simple words, but the VPP itself is complicated. It's lots of calculation, and when you ask me what is the loophole is a small part of these tons of calculation based around these coefficients of water plan area. So this was the loophole. The shape of the boat was outside of the parameters that we are currently addressing. No one is saying that there was no. I mean, if no, it's not. But he is not punished. We just corrected the loophole. Doesn't matter is it punished or there is nothing that there is no subjective thing of giving the penalty to someone. This is just a result of the absence of the VPP.
Like I said, I have been in ORC for the 22 years, inside committees, participating in ITC meetings, Congress. I have never heard anything, we should penalize that boat. We should penalize that owner. The word penalizing is not used in ORC. We are saying we need a more accurate VPP. How can we get a more accurate VPP? It's the people outside, probably because they are used to other systems that are using the word penalizing. We are not penalizing anything. We are adjusting the VPP and then the number is different, and that's not penalizing.
The change in the software is now predicting correctly the residual resistance for the XR41 and the other type of boats that have the same type of water plane area. There are some Judith Frolic boats that are affected by the change of the VPP as well, because they were outside the neural area that was predicting residual resistance. So the change is not toward one boat, but is to adjust in a correct and scientific way the VPP so that the prediction is correct. And this was acknowledged also by Yacht. They said, now yes, the numbers are correct. Before, they were getting an advantage without telling they had the advantage or advertising themselves the fact they had an advantage. But we didn't know, and we couldn't know before seeing the boat on the water like we did in Tallinn last year.
Please. I don't. Sit. Sorry. My real question is that if someone finds a loophole, as you call it, in your system, then there might be other loopholes already existing. And look the problem. Look the problem here. Now, for as many Greeks know, I'm a psychopath. My name is Alkis Georgiadis, and I'm a funny owner of a Bavaria Cruiser 36. It's not a sexy boat, I understand. For cruising, not for racing. It's a disaster when you race it. But this is what I have, so I play with it. The problem is that I think, from the information I get from the Greek side of your committee, there might be general loopholes or mistakes that when I go invest on the boat, which are, let's say, costly, sometimes the next year is proven, oh, you have a advantage, so I consider it a penalty, no matter as you name it. For me, when I follow the rules and I get a penalty, then it is a penalty. I cannot name it differently, and it costs. So I'm not sure until you find out that you officially have fixed the this kind of resistance, of my boat, that they actually work. It's the correct one, because it doesn't. I give you an example. For many years, I was testing the test certificates on your VPP whether I should have symmetric spinnakers or asymmetric. I repeat, it's a Bavaria, right? It's not a sexy boat. I understand that it shouldn't be winning, but when I raise my boat to the limit compared to the other boats of my category, not the racing ones, then I feel that I've been penalized all the time, and suddenly I reach a point that I don't reach my polars significantly. It's not like your crew doesn't hang the feet outside the boat, the rails. It's 0.6 in low wind. It's more than 10%. And I don't reach it. And then I pay the test certificates, and I decide to move out the symmetric spinnakers because we were faster, not in the speed, but in the maneuvers. I hope you understand. So it's not something that ORC measures. Yeah, but next year I get a penalty of 3.8 seconds in my APH because I had asymmetric. Nothing changed on the boat. So this is a problem that if ex-yachts have such a serious problem, and they did nothing wrong, right? How do I move forward? Yeah, me too.
No, just to answer your questions. Let me first understand philosophically, technically what we are doing. So we are doing the VPP. We are trying to predict the speed of the boat, of different boat in different sizes in different wind conditions. Why we are not using the word penalty? The word penalty can be used by some other rating system when you simply pick up some numbers and then you just have, increase your area. This is so much penalty, or this is so much penalty, or something. In your case, the VPP is giving you the polars. If you say that you cannot reach your polars, then as said, if you have the good instruments, submit your data, and then we will try to understand. That's the first thing. That's the first thing. When you say that next year, you got the penalty of 3 seconds per mile in APH, the VPP is changed every year. So if your rating is changed for 3 seconds, the other boats were also changed. So you always need to compare boat to boat, not just you to yourself, and changes in every year. That's the this is the philosophically, to understand. The way how you can really, and the question when people are asking me how I optimize my boat, it is, if you do something, if you make your spinnaker bigger, boat will be faster. And this is what you should see. If you see that something is strange, that you really think that, you are doing the test certificate, I run the test certificate, I added this spinnaker and my boat is slower, then you definitely need to report and to tell us. Then this is something that we can investigate. Thank you.
There are many, just one thing. What Zoran is saying now is correct. I mean, many years, the improvement we do with the VPP, either in the aero model or in the hydro model, residual resistance, is speeding up all boats, not only yours. So the constant update every year we change, all the fleet might change up in speed prediction or down in speed prediction. So it's not you only. You have to compare your boat with the others. If you are 3.5 seconds higher in speed, look at your competitor if he went up the same. So it means that the VPP has been corrected to predict the speed.
If your boat is sped up and the other boat is sped up, and you are racing together, the difference between you is the same.
No, because the range is not the same. So if we both increase 0.4 or 3.5, 3.8, the fastest boat always has a disadvantage because it's not proportional.
It should be proportional if the VPP is.
So it is. It depends. It's yes. I mean, it's not exactly the same because the boats are again not the same. The boats are different, and some changes that we are doing are affecting different things in the VPP.
Can just my background is a sailmaker. I've been running North Sails in Norway for 25 years, and I think we use the word optimizing, which is I think it's a wrong thing because if the VPP works, you can't optimize. Then it will. If you do something, you will have the right rating. You can't trick it. So in the perfect world, if you do something, the VPP will discover it. What it doesn't discover is shitty sales, bad sales. So all we are discussing is rating and VPP. But if I make the worst sale, main sale ever, same measurement, same everything, made in plastic, it was nothing about what you said, but no, this was for me as a sailor. I was here doing the TP52 Med as a main sail trimmer many years ago, and it's how that sail looks like and how I trim it that makes the boat go fast. The ORC certificate doesn't show that. Yeah. It doesn't show a good sail trimmed properly, and I think a lot of the discussion is since we can't measure that, we can't measure good sail trim and good sail design.
But this is exactly what we want to evaluate on the end.
That's why many, and I have seen my VPP and ORC certificate for the TP52. It's not the same as the one I use as target speed. It's quite similar. It's good enough for rating, but it's not good enough for performance. So I think the reason why I'm saying it, I'm not saying you have shitty sales. No. That was it was wrongly. But what I said is that has also very much to do with performance of a boat, which the VPP can't deal with.
The usual thing is the sales, the quality of the bottom. I mean, many often people are asking me, how the simple things like adjust your P measurement, P bend, and put it exactly where your main sail is instead of maybe paying 20 centimeters longer P because of you don't have the mark or something like this. These are the things that are not within VPP. These are the things that you can do and get your rating up to the maximum you can. No problem. Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, we can say that. Yeah. Okay, we can go back now. So let's hope that I explained the VPP changes for this year. And by the way, if we had there was no problem with XR, the VPP updates would be really literally minimal, almost no. And because so far there was no other, out of all the submissions, there was something that was saying that, oh, you have the problem here. This was the main item of the VPP updates this year. The other item is, so what is changing the rule? here is the reference to the rules. When you look this document, it's good that you maybe check the rule and to understand. But I will go through each of these points, simply trying to explain in a simple words without you need to go to read the rules. So some of the rules are literally housekeeping, small changes, because we also sometimes find the problems. For example, this rule FA1A was modified, clarifying the permanently attached fittings and devices that cannot be removed from the mast shall be included in the mast weight. So some measurers were measuring and asking, I have this, I don't know what, frankly, I don't remember what was exactly, but the question was, should this be included in the weight? So basically the principle is that everything that is permanently attached to the mast, of course, you are not removing, it's included in the mast weight. Then all these rules, F9.2 to F9.12, is about this changing, controlling the different rigs and sales controls, which I will explain on the end. And also the rules G66 is adding spinnaker retriever system to the items to be recorded. So because we found, and there was a submission saying that yes, the boats that have spinnaker retrieving system, what's the spinnaker retrieving system? It's any system that allows you to pull out the spinnaker much faster than what you would normally do with your hands and the crew on the deck. New rule G8 clarifies that trysail, storm jib, and heavy weather jib shall be measured according to the World Sales offshore regulations. This is basically was always like this, but frankly was not in the rule. We understood, okay, we need to put this in the rule. Doesn't change anything in the principle. And then we have also this rule G9 that defines which sales controls. Again, I will go through this on the last slide. Can you go to the next slide? So what is changed in the RC rating systems? In introduction, this was some submission from US, simply, again, clarifying. And later, when we will be talking about the scoring, we will explain what does this mean. That both ratings are complete matrix of time allowances for different speed, wind speed, and wind angles. And from this matrix, different scoring options are taken. This was an issue with the interpretation of the jury in US, which I believe that was wrong, and we're just trying to clarify and to be clear on this. But we can talk later when we talk about the scoring itself. No, sorry, go back. So age allowance. This was actually one of the rules that had voted by the Congress and had lots of discussion. Is saying that we extended the appliance of age allowance factor from 15 to 20 years, the maximum. So age allowance, there are a couple of factors, the age allowance and dynamic allowance, that are set up above the VPP calculation, recognizing that age allowance is basically recognizing that your design is not modern design in a sense. It's a small adjustment to the old ratings, but it was felt that sometimes that the older boards should get some rating credit. Was voted on the end by the Congress and accepted to extend this from 15 to 20 years. Again, this 103.3 will go back later. And then there is this fashion. I mean, I just received that 2 boats in US are starting to install so-called interceptors. This is kind of extension of the hull that goes like, maybe I don't have any picture, but when you look at it, you would think that probably is basically even just creating additional drag and it's not so much efficient. But I feel that is kind of fashion that everyone believes that is doing something good and improve your performance. Currently, there is no modification in the VPP, but it is on the agenda and may be introduced for 27. That's why. The only thing that rule says that if you have this interceptor, it cannot be movable, because you cannot add something that you can adjust, and because if it is movable, we really cannot rate it. That's the thing. And then all the story about use of non-manual power is again defined in Rule 204 is defined that anything, and this actually started with a story also with XR 41 that came out with use of non-manual power for adjusting the Cunningham, the head cell Cunningham, and many items that before were actually not in the rules, not allowed to be. So we said they had to dismount this for the World Championship, but we said, okay, we will put this, but we will rate it. And I will explain later how we will rate it. Okay, now we can go on the next one. So, one of the questions last 2 years that we spent lots of time is use of non-manual power for adjusting the base of the mast, basically the mast jack pump that you have on the boat. So this was introduced, I think, 2 years ago, and not this year, in 24, we had probably 2 hours discussion and going in the circle. The story was, yes, you can have it, but then you need to declare it, and you don't have it, and was basically you cannot control it. I mean, it goes. So we removed it, and within the total reorganization of these items that we can control, we now say if the mast jack pump is, and if you have possibility to adjust the base of the mast, you will get a rating assessment for this. And so it is removed from the items that are declared. Then we also says that new flotation and stability measurement is changed for boats that change ownership when the flotation date is older than 10 years. And also to tell you here, on the championship, when you are entering the championship, flotation and stability date shall not be older than 5 years. But this, in general, if you buy the new boat and boat has been measured 15 years ago, you probably need to remeasure it just to be sure that during that period nothing is changed, and things may change from the boat, and particularly maybe 15 years ago we had different measurement rim. Rule 306 is deleted. There is a rule that was saying that some national authority can modify some way how we are checking the boats, and basically when this was introduced maybe had a sense, but nowadays we have very strict and easy procedure defined and everyone is following, so we found that this, by submission, this rule is also deleted. And the one thing that is new in the scoring, we have now on the certificate all the polars from 4 to 24 knots of wind. The lower scoring wind can go up to the 4 knots of wind. We can probably talk about this more later when we are talking about the scoring. And the numbers that were presented on the certificate last year on the 4 knots of wind were actually extrapolated from what we calculated from the 6 to 24, and now are really calculated by the VPP. Okay, next. In the green book, we just add one requirement that any event that is putting a bid to host the RC Championship level status, we want to be in the, definitely we want to follow requirement to achieve at least clean regattas bronze level certification by Sailors of the Sea, keeping up with the sustainability. We really recognize that this is important, and we would really like to that everyone who is putting a bid to host the championship is following this procedure. And then we have standard notice of rates and standard instructions. We usually have just the housekeeping and change based on the experience from 2025 events. And the final slide is that this one that is showing you how we are basically measuring and rating different sails and rig controls. We had it, some of this we had before. So the backstay can be either you don't have backstay at all, you have a fixed, adjustable, or adjustable with non-manual power. Then you may have a running backstay, again adjustable or adjustable with non-manual power. Fiber rigging, this was before. Non-circular rigging was before. Mast material, mainsail furler, single-headed sail furler, forestay can be inner stay. So all these things, and this is just sample from the measurement form that will also be sent to all rating officers and measurers to make it easier to record all these new things. Again, some things were here. Now it's simplified how you simply go through this checkbox, check what you have, and here you have the box for the sail controls that you can use with non-manual power. Some we had before, some we are adding, addressing, for example, the mainsail, headsail Cunningham, as it was for the XR41. Then, out of this, these are the values of the rating assessment. These are on the top of the VPP, because frankly, in the calculation, the VPP, if you say how much you are really changing something or aero coefficients, is almost impossible to say that you are changing something because you have adjustable check stays. So this is proposed, and these factors that can go maximum up to 1.5% were proposed by the ITC. Who knows? This is the first thing. This is the best what we can do in this moment. If we believe that in the future someone will say, you know, maybe you should change this should be different, then it's open for submission and maybe update for the future. Yes.
This will also be on the certificate. Yeah. This number, it's called
the RS assessment. So as I said before, we have age allowance, dynamic allowance, and this is now the third of this. There is only small rating credit or assessment when you have only Dacron sales. But again, as Thomas was saying, I mean, there is for this for sure. But even you may have two sails made of Dacron and one is good cut or nice cut and nice shape, or two sails made of carbon, because simply, unfortunately, the shape and the profile of the sail we cannot measure. What we can measure are linear dimensions of the sails. But to answer your questions, yes, if you have all sails of Dacron, yes. Yeah. Not for the moment, but it is on the agenda. I know that it's on the ITC agenda to measure the effect of the sheeting angle of the head sail. Maybe for 27. Because it is not easy. It looks like an easy thing. We had this measurement CPW chain plate width. We had it in the past, and there it's in the data, but it's currently not in use. In 27, it may be some updates about this. Yeah. Wider, yeah. Yeah. Anything else?
I hope you didn't get bored about the rules. This is a big step forward, because in terms of what you were saying about Bavaria yacht, that is a normal yacht without all these features, the big and the best racer have many of these features available on board. So I think to properly rate different boats, these tools are making it possible for normal cruiser racers to race against the racing yachts. So I think now we have a lunch break, Stratis, and we come back at 1:30. The lunch. Okay. So, thank you all. By the way, I didn't present myself. My name is Bruno Finzi. Thank you. Sorry, and I apologize for that. and we start this afternoon with a presentation and discussion about the scoring possibility that ORC gives us. We had already some discussion at lunch with some of you about the different scoring option, and we will have a look at those.
Yes, thank you. As Bruno said, I already heard that this is probably most interesting topic that everyone is asking and try to understand. Before I start, I will say that, you know, maybe even in a couple of years ago, there are many different scoring options. And what we are trying to do in the last years to simplify and to make easy to everyone to understand and to apply the one that is best, you know, that fits and that get most out of the VPP and all the tools we have. So I will start with a question. When you ask about the scoring, what is an ORC rating? Yesterday, before we heard that, you know, my APH went 3 seconds, my whatever, you know. So if you talk about the rating itself, everyone is talking about, there is one magic number, you know. But can we define the rating with just one number? One number can capture only one race condition, because one number is coming from, you know, maybe we will see later, or purpose or whatever. So one number is just one number. What the main advantage of the RC in general is that using the VPP, we can rate both differently for different wind speed and different wind conditions. And that's the question that we want to understand. Okay, how out of all these numbers we find the best one to use for the scoring. So the ORC rating is complete metrics of all the wind time allowances for the wind speeds in the range of 4 to 24 knots and wind angles from optimum VMG beat up to VMG downwind. So all this table that you see on your certificate, this is your rating. And I will try to explain why this is important. So talking about one number APH, I'm always saying, if you understand this slide, you will understand the concept of ORC scoring. Two tables on the top are of the two boats having almost exactly APH, 378.8 and 378.7. Two racing boats, one is TP52, one is Botin 52. But when you compare, so all these numbers are seconds per mile, basically the speed, in different wind speed and different conditions. Now, when you compare these two, and you see that with the red, boat A is faster, with the green, boat B is faster. So you see how much is the difference in the rated speeds for these two boats in different wind conditions. If you score them with APH, they will be almost the same. They are racing boat to boat. But if the wind is light, there are the numbers. If the wind is heavy, these are the numbers. Only point where they are actually the same is 12 knots, 135 through wind angle. So now the question of our rating is how to capture. Obviously, to get the fair rating, we need to have input of the wind conditions. Before we were saying that if someone saying, my rating is going for 3 seconds, you know, people would kill for 3 seconds in APH. And here you have 16 or 24 seconds actual difference. Because the VPP understand that these boats can behave differently because of different sail configuration. One is probably optimized more with asymmetric spinnaker or reaching sail or something, and you can clearly see the difference. There is also another example, which this is what we did 2 weeks ago in Turkey. We also picked up two boats, very similar APH, but obviously that one boat is doing much better on the high wind, and other one is doing much more better on the light wind. So knowing this means that we need to have input of the wind conditions during the race. How we input during the race? We have two more. One is really input the wind conditions on the race course when it is known that all boats will sail in the same conditions, like windward leeward races, short offshore races. This can go to the up to the coastal races if you know that wind is constant and will be blowing all the time from the same direction, and you can say, okay, all boats are sailing this wind on this leg of the course. This is called polar curve scoring. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. If you want. So this is one option. The other option is predicting the wind conditions prior to the start. This is called weather routing score. When it may be expected that boats may sail in different wind conditions. On the long offshore race, we know that one boat can go faster, get the completely different wind. The wind can drop after, and then I will show you later from the example how we really capture this. Scoring in general, in both weather routing in PCS, is a single number essentially. The only question is how we out of all these numbers pick up the single number that is actually used for the scoring and that is fair for everyone. That's the question. So when we go to polar curve, I think you are familiar more or less here. How we define the course? We say, okay, there is a distance, start 1A, distance, bearing, and we are entering the wind direction. The only input is wind direction. Why not wind strength? Because as we show you later, wind strength is coming from the results of performance of the boats. So once any course can be defined, this is an example of windward leeward. Obviously, you either have the Mark layer who is giving you GPS coordinates, you put in the software, you calculate this. This is something that we normally do when you're running the regatta. For each leg, it's easy to understand. The only information you need to monitor and to write the wind direction. Actually, if you look closely at this case, if you see that we started with 165, 165, 175, then when we had the wind shift to 185, which means that basically here we actually had the Charlie mark. So basically, it is only important to have the wind defined on each leg, and we are assuming that more or less boats are all racing in the same conditions on each leg. Once we have this so-called curve that is calculating the seconds per mile for each boat depending on the speed, on the wind speed. You then basically know the elapsed time divided by the length of the course. You enter here and you get on this curve so-called scoring wind. The higher scoring wind is, the better boat is. And basically it's a kind of factor performance that explain how much the boat, the crew, has used the potential of the boat to get to sail as best as they can. So there is another table trying to explain this. This is again a sample from the World Championship, I think in Newport. Maybe it's too much numbers, don't be afraid, but just to understand. So each of these boats has these numbers that are calculated from the course construction. And below this is based on this is the predicted time that by different wind speeds these boats has to finish the course. Actual finishing time for these boats is 1:11:24, meaning that her scoring wind was somewhere here as 8:46. And then you do the same for the rest of the fleet. The one that has the highest scoring wind is the winner. So basically this means that boat has completed the course as if has encountered that wind speed. The higher the wind speed, obviously, if you are faster, your elapsed time will be slower, and you will go more and more closer to the higher scoring wind. So this is kind of percentages. And the other question is why we cannot input exactly maybe 12 knots of wind, because the 12 knots of wind, the wind can vary from 12, 10, and it's hard to say that, okay, this is exactly. So the good thing of the system is that instead of inputting the wind, you are getting the wind as the result. The scoring wind should be in the range, obviously, of prevailing wind conditions. If we are getting scoring wind of 8, and we know that observed was 14 and 16, very probably we should recheck the data and maybe some problem in the course definition in general. So then you, yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes, there is an option. However, I would say that first thing that when there is a big difference, the first is check the course construction. Very probably there may be some mistake. In the majority, big majority of the races that we are scoring, we didn't have issues. There is also option to enter the current with both with the direction and the speed. That may affect, but I don't think that here you have a big problem with the current. But from my experiences, if you really think that yes, yeah, it may be, but in the most of the cases, normally we do not have. I mean, more or less, we are getting the results within the prevailing conditions. Only if there is some mistake, because, for example, if you enter 2 downwind legs instead of 1 upwind, 1 downwind, obviously you will have different things. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh, it depends. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, you have the options to put the wind strength. This is not a problem. I would say that sometimes we also need to think about the race management itself and putting at least for the moment aside the scoring itself. If you start the race or if the wind drops significantly, that boats are almost not moving, then you wait again. Then it's better to abandon the race and start again, rather than waiting. How much? Yes. I think that probably if you start if direction is constant, if direction is a constant, I would keep it like this, and then you will see from the scoring wind that should come somewhere probably in the range of 10. If you have that this is strange number, then you may think about this. But normally, this is exactly actually what the scoring wind is doing, is capturing oscillation of the wind in some range, and you should come somewhere in between this. Because this, on the end, was the average, which is actually what is even more important for the PCS is the wind direction. It's actually much important than the wind strength itself, because then is defined which numbers will be used. Mhm. On the window, yeah, yeah. You know, yes. One option is also if you know that okay, there is long leg, and you know that here at the half of the leg that is light wind, and then as you go there is wind is picking up. Nothing stops you to split this leg into two legs, and define it here with the two legs. If there is some change or something like this. So then when you have the polar curve calculation, the people are asking, okay, what is your rating before the start? For the wind will lever races or something like this in the scoring software, you can get the scratch sheet like this, and you can pick up your boat, and then you get exactly seconds per mile how your rating is in relation to other boats, depending on the wind strength. And as you can see, in some conditions you are giving, only some conditions you are getting the time allowance from another boat. How to use it? I mean, you go out on the race course and you know, is roughly we are in the range of 10 or 12. You know which are the numbers. Obviously, if the wind increases, this number also changes. If the wind decreases, the same. So these are the things how you can understand on the race course what is the rating difference boat to boat. And then you have on the certificate 2 pre-selected courses that may be used without the course construction. However, this windward leeward obviously is 50% upwind, 50% downwind. But for example, if you have the race shortened on the windward leg, these numbers will not work. And the all purpose is something that is general, rating for one boat having the same equal distribution of all wind directions. However, whenever it's possible to get course constructed by leg, because then you get the most accurate results. When you see the results using the polar curve scoring, this is example of 2019 Europeans, I think. You can see the difference in rating are, check this boat, 53, 53, 54, 49, 43. So from second to 7th place, we have 16 seconds in corrected time. And when you see the boats are different. We have, X35 here and X35 somewhere below in the. So the question before was always some type of boats are winning, maybe somewhere depending. But this is example when you are using properly, let's say the level of the ORC championship, how close the racing is. And very often you may have exactly the same corrected times, and here in this case you have 3 boats with exactly the same time, and 3 boats that are Italia 998, Salona 38, and X35. Basically 3 boats that are different in the concept and idea, and this is the example how the rating system is equalizing different boats. So that's improvement of the VPP we were talking in the morning. That's how we are getting better. This is actually this is showing us that this is what we want basically to achieve. Yes, the people can ask then where is this second that I lost? Is the second in a boat preparation? Is the quality of the sail? Is the bad tech you did? You spent so much, but this is the beauty of the game. This is what we want to achieve. This is that out of these 3 boats, they all had the equal chance to win. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Sometimes yes, sometimes not. But very probably, if we would change this elapsed time for 1 second, you would see it here, because we are changing the the time allowance used maybe 0.1 seconds per mile, but it is enough to change the results in that second. Yeah. Yeah. So this is about the PCS. Any questions here before I jump? Yeah. Yeah. No, we are taking the first number, going back here, the highest scoring wind. So if we go this, not the first number, we go. It may be the last number by elapsed time, but if this number, because of the polars, if this scoring wind, the highest the scoring wind of the all boats. So when we come here, if this boat has this scoring wind as 846, and she is the winner because she has the best scoring wind out of all this, the highest scoring wind. Yeah, the fastest boat. This is the fastest boat. Because this is representing you the average wind, as we said, that this is the boat that was sailing the best. So this is the wind that we can say, okay, this is the wind that was on that race. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Exactly. So basically, this is exactly as you say. It's a measurement for each boat how close you are sailing to the boat. Before you were asking, and I can also answer this, why before was kind of used individual implied wind for each boat. But let's suppose here that wind is blowing 12 knots, lap conditions. You switch out the fan and there is always 12 knots. If this boat is finishing in 12 knots by the polars, this would be her elapsed time. If other boats are sailing bad for any reason, and their implied wind is 8 knots, then there is no point of combining this number with this number. Because we believe that the wind on that race, we know actually in that case that the wind was 12 knots. So we will use this number for all the fleet. That's why we accept, because the winner would not change, because the winner will still be one with the highest wind, but it may affect the results for the boats, I don't know, 5th, 6th, 7th place, and simply because of the shape of their performance curve for particular course.
Can I just make a comment? When you are doing this presentation, these are the questions, because what is scoring win? And when you have the submission, we have had changed the name from implied win, now it's scoring win. Probably it will be called something else. But I think we should probably be better to explaining scoring win. Because that's where I think a lot of the question comes. What is scoring win? Is it the fastest boat? So I think we need to look at how we can explain that better.
Yes,
yeah, it's understood when we do. Yeah.
The highest scoring.
Yeah, but now it's easy to understand because we have gone through a lot of slides. We should probably make a simple description on what is scoring win and how is it used.
Yes, but here you explain very well why we should use one scoring win.
Yes. Yes.
But what happens when we have, let's explain that.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, no, go on, no problem.
Okay. Let's suppose we have a race about for 6 hours.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. The same. Exactly. Exactly. And then we come to the next slide. So again, the difference, the questions people are asking, polar PCS can be used only for the windward leewards, for the short race, the not more than 2 hours, and so on. The answer is PCS can be used when you know that boats are sailing in the same conditions. If their boats are not sailing in the same conditions, how then to calculate this single number for an offshore race? This is, let's say, call it offshore, coastal, doesn't matter for the moment, but we know that the conditions may be different. So famous APH. APH is something that is giving you a general average of all these numbers and giving you the percentages with 6, 8, 10, 12 knots of the course that include all the wind directions. So basically, since you have an island, you sail around the island when the wind is blowing always from the north. And then it's about these numbers, mostly about 12 knots and things so. So next question is how much we may expect that race conditions will be exactly like that. So as you said, you go from here to island there, and then how much, in which conditions you think that the wind will match this. Very, very probably will not. We can this as an option, but if the conditions are different, this means that calculations are not so accurate. So this can be also applied for any custom model. I will show you later. If you pick, instead of this, you pick some metrics and you say, okay, this is my course. So this is the problem that we know that is basically wrong. What we can do is, instead of guessing wind conditions, we can calculate, to calculate single number, we can use the weather routing to calculate the handicaps for each boat on expected conditions during the race. So if we are using the weather routing, we will route each boat in its condition. As you said before, the first boat will come much faster and she will sail in some conditions. And we will calculate her rating in her condition. We will calculate the other boat's rating in their conditions. So basically, out from the weather routing software, we calculate from each boat the time, predicted elapsed time. We divided this predicted elapsed time by the length of the course, and we get single number. And this is the rating, the handicap for that race. So the biggest advantage is that each boat is routed it's in all conditions. Accepting the conditions that faster boats are sailing faster. So if you have the fast boat sailing faster, wind is dropping, and the rest of the fleet cannot finish, if you are using the same rating, they are obviously penalized. But if you have in the weather forecast that capturing that the wind will be lighter, they will be then equal. That's the idea. We start from exactly. We start from assumption that we have a good forecast. We will come back later to other things. The other thing is that if you have the same race starting today and in 1 month, and if you pick up one number, will you use the same number? Will the conditions be now the same in 1 month, in 1 year, in 2 years? We don't know. The conditions may be different. And that's the difference. So when you're comparing, weather routing is calculating for each boat in its own condition. APH or any single number is always calculated both in same wind conditions. And before, at the beginning of this, we said that we are looking how to score the race when the boats are sailing in different conditions. So here we have first problem. Second thing, rate is calculated for specific date and time with the forecast available before the start. Ratings calculated are always the same. So you have different start. The same race you can, again, start it today, start 1 month. Will it be the same? Who knows? Probably, very probably, no. And then the forecast may not be 100% correct. But the main purpose is to capture expected wind strength and direction of the race course. So that matrix that we were showing before, instead of having that matrix that we know that is wrong, we are trying to find the proper matrix for each boat from the weather routing. It doesn't matter that we have the perfect prediction of the wind speeds, even though I will show you real examples where we had very good prediction. It's important to understand, okay, these boats were sailing most of the race upwind in these conditions, downwind in these conditions, and so on. APH or any pre-selected number is also forecast. So if you put these numbers, then you are forecasting that the wind will be blowing all the time. If you put any number, you are forecasting. It's the same forecast. Now tell me, will you will you trust more to some forecast or this forecast? Yeah. Which one? The APH. Yeah. 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 Okay. 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 Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah.
During last year, we had a couple of races using weather routing.
Okay.
6 hours, 3 hours, whatever. Supposedly we will go upwind and we went down all the way.
Okay.
The problem is that they are not flexible to change.
Okay. I understand the problem. But again, but I understand your point. And we are using the weather forecast for predict wind that this is the company that is providing the weather forecast for all around the globe. And we are using what is available and what we believe. I don't know how much did you, Panayotis would probably can comment that you try different models or whatever. My point is that you said that, okay, that's wrong. Let's agree that it's wrong. Let's agree that forecast is wrong. How you say that this is better? That's the point. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Average of everything. Yeah. Yeah. The, yeah. 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 No, I think that maybe what you're just saying is you're just saying what we are trying to explain. You are just saying, aha, I use the APH and it can be my day. I can be lucky because of this, or the same race next day. Then some other. I also understand your point, but try to understand if this is the fair, because we start discussion about this. The weather routing is wrong. And I am trying to say that this is even more wrong. It's more wrong than the wrong weather routing. Because no, how much more wrong is that's the question. Because again, this will work only if you sail around an island with the constant wind.
Can I?
Okay, sorry, but it's good discussion. Sorry, let's go for this. Sorry. Yes. Yes. If you want it. But sorry, before we get here, sorry, one by one. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Couple of slides more. I will show you exactly what you want to say something. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right. But you are talking about weather routing. They beat weather. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because to do this, first of all, as you were saying before, everyone wants to know what is my rating before I start. If you do this, you don't know your rating before the start. You have no idea. Yes. The other thing is how to collect the wind data for each boat that each boat was sailing during the race. Theoretically, let's say in ideal world, in the technology available, we could have device that is collecting the wind data and sending to us and then calculate on the end. But then in that case, you are basically raced only against yourself and you don't need to race another boat. There is no race between the boats. If we go in this philosophy, you are racing the race, but your results is determined by comparing your performance against your polars in your condition, the others in their condition. I mean, to do this, I'm talking about now hypothetically of having the technology available and things like this. And in many cases, in discussions always with the weather routing, people are saying we need to know the ratings before the start, and that's why we come out with the weather routing. You want to say?
Yeah, I just I think what Soran is what we are trying to say. These are the tools, and then you can choose the tools.
Exactly.
So he's not saying use weather routing scoring when it's bad. It just say use the tools that make the fair rating. And this is if you go back to the slides with the two TP52. Is that the one? Yeah. So this is the one. And I'm sailing on one of them. And then I know when I'm standing on the dock down there, I know I'm in the wrong corner.
Yeah.
Of the, so I know by default I will lose.
Or you know, or
So I will
simply
know because it's now blowing
or take this
20
one.
knots.
Take this one. So we
But
score.
if you just wait a little, sorry, then I
Sorry.
do. So I know when I start the race, the other boat will beat me. She needs to do something stupid that I can beat them. Then you go to the diagram with the APH win. So the APH win says if you go from 12 knots and down, it's 65%. So if that race goes in 20 knots, I will be scored 65% of my rating will be from 12 knots and down. So I'm saying something in between the weather routing scoring if it's good, or the APH. The APH is, I think I said it in Istanbul, it's like golf. So you have one handicap. And let's say you go to a championship in golf, and it was 6 days of putting.
I'm not familiar with golf.
No, but then the putting guy or woman will win. Because they knew that day or this race, it's only putting. It's not about driving. It's not about chipping from the sand. It's only putting.
Only about one.
So this is, for me, this is, you can choose the tools, but you should know which tools that are available.
This is I mean, I'm trying to explain all the options. I'm not saying that even what Yanis was suggesting. Yes, you can create something, but please also you need to understand that creating any single number is just a mixture of something. And I'm telling you, and I was telling before, and even 2 weeks ago, create one number with percentages of wind speed and something, and expecting to get exactly the same conditions, I think you have more chance to win the lottery than predict this. Yeah. No, my point is no, but my point is that instead of using weather routing, you will pick one number, some number, APH, you know, or constructs one number. That to get the conditions to that number, this is the problem. Let me show you something here. So this is a real race on the Europeans, which we are 2 years ago in Åland Island. This is the same race, started, finish around the islands, and this is actually, and this was the same at a different time of the year. Can you see the difference between these numbers and these numbers? Sorry. I cannot zoom it, but okay, let's say that the big difference. Why? Because when you see this, here it was obviously wind predicted from here. There was some tacking, and here is all the straight line. You can put no, yeah, but maybe we need to see both to understand. To understand difference. If you are using, so if you were using the APH or any single number in this race, on this race, someone will be awarded or penalized. Because obviously the conditions are different. And that's what, if you're using IPH by luck, then I can go further and explain you another example. There is a race set by Andy around the cows. So the same race the same race, the same course, the same length of the course can be sailed clockwise or anti-clockwise. Will the ratings be the same? Will you use the APH on the both cases? That's the question. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 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 No. Okay. Okay. I got the point. Okay. Erase. Stop. Okay.
Can I come with a suggestion? Let's say you are now using APH mostly.
No, no,
No.
it doesn't depend.
Time on time is APH.
Time on time is APH.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's say you do 10 races in this area. I just pick a number. How many are with APH and how many are with weather routing scoring? Last year? Yeah, last year.
Last year in this yacht club, most of the offshore races was weather routing.
Railroad.
Yeah, because I think when we have had this discussion, we introduced weather routing scoring in Norway last year, and for us the condition are the weather routing, the weather forecast has been perfect. So for us it's more fair to sail, and I think now everyone wants to use it also this year because But my point is, if you choose weather routing scoring, shadow scoring with APH. If you use APH, shadow score with weather routing scoring, so we can sit here afterward saying this was the result with APH, and this was the result with weather routing scoring, and then you can decide based on that.
The races that you scored with weather routing, you can probably rescore with the APH, and because the APH is fixed number, you can do this, no problem.
Then I should, but because then we are discussing something that we can look at.
Stop complaining, because sometimes we
You know,
don't understand what's going on.
Yes, I agree, but also be careful. From my experience, whenever you are doing some double scoring, shadow scoring, you have 50% people happy with one, 50% happy with other. Those that are winning with one are happy with one, those that are winning with happy with other. That's the yeah.
We had 99% of the people not happy with the weather route. So there are questions that need answered. And since we are here, can we do that for the race of 2025? Is it
I think that Panayotis can do it.
And I think your
no
point
problem.
is there is something between weather routing scoring and the APH.
I mean, what we are trying to explain here, basically what are the options, why we believe that this is the best option, providing that the forecast is, but we also do not say that this is the only option. So if you believe that the other options are working better, go for it. But I'm trying to explain to the concept, because if you see this picture and if you see that the same race sailed clockwise or anti-clockwise, the difference in delta can be 22% of change of rating. Before you were saying that this is probably 30 or 40 seconds per mile in APH. We are talking again about 2 seconds, and the people are, it's end of the world when my APH is changed for 3 seconds. And here you have something that is showing you that it's absolutely not the same, because on one course you are sailing the most, and here maybe this is actually a good example that can be assumed that, okay, let's have the APH here because we go in the circle. But obviously the wind is not blowing all the time in the same direction.
I think the discussion scoring is not in correct basis here because we are comparing WRS with all purpose. Something is missing here. We shouldn't compare WRS with all purpose. These are not the only tools we have in our hands.
Perfect.
We have more tools. So the committees should use every tool they have in their own hands. Of course, it is very natural. If you compare WRS with all purpose, the all purpose is the loser. Of course, it's the loser, the all purpose.
But which,
It's around 360.
yeah, but which,
Of course, it's the loser, all purpose.
yeah.
And the WRS the winner. But these are not all the only tools.
but which, sorry, which other tools you would suggest?
Every tool they have in their own hands, and we are
Yeah.
proud to say that the ORC system is worldwide used. So, in our certificates, if we take our certificates for Asante, for example, in the bottom line, there are the countries. We can choose another method which matches better for the second race.
Yes.
If we use this tool,
My
we
question,
do better job.
yes, but my,
The only all purpose, not the only other tool.
yeah,
This is wrong, totally wrong.
yes, okay, but this is, I have a couple of slides this, but I also then have a questions how you construct this number and how you know that is percentage. No, these numbers,
Palero, it goes to the Thailand. If the wind is steady, north or south, it's easy to use another tool. Not
yes,
of course not
yes,
all purpose. Of course not all purpose.
but yes,
There are other tools,
but the,
like predominance. North predominant, south predominant, west, medium, low, high, whatever.
okay, these are the options.
The committees should use those tools.
These are the options, but again, you are then all again assuming that everyone is sailing in these same conditions when you are doing this. You are then assuming that the numbers are the same in cases like this, like this or others. That you are, and here what we are trying to show you. Okay, this is one of the first examples when I think that was Greek race that Panayotis set up. That you see that one boat is routed completely different from the rest of the fleet, and what you cannot see here is you cannot see timeline. That this boat is probably much faster coming here than the rest of the fleet, and her rating is calculated in these conditions, and these ratings are calculated in this condition. If you are pick predominant upwind or something, then you apply the same method for them. And if the first boat finish and the wind stops here, this will not be captured. That's what we want to show you. Yeah, it does. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Let's be step back. Yeah.
saying that only in the surrounding, the mean average error is 100%.
Okay. So sorry, let me go back. What I'm trying to explain you, and I'm starting from real examples that weather routing is working in some part of the world. Yeah. Maybe I don't know if Paniotis can prepare something and we can analyze this. But again, what the general presentation is explaining you how this system works, and we have a proof that this works in some part of the world. Yes, I can accept that you are saying you for some reason, for special local conditions, this is not working. Now my question is, how far from the predictions you are, in the sense that you literally, as you said, it's 180 degrees, or it's 40 degrees, or it's different wind speeds, different wind direction. That's what I need to understand.
Zoran,
How far is, yeah.
hang on a moment,
Yeah.
because you asked for a rescoring, right? Okay, so I rescored the race failure Hydra performance with APH time on time. Okay.
The rest is not changing because
Sorry.
not failure. There are either failures.
Sorry.
Most probably the first boat is not changing.
Very good guess. Ex officio, still first. Okay.
And the back is exactly the same. Sugar is not changing.
Hang on. No, I'm speaking about the first race, okay? And I'm not talking about the first boat. Yeah, okay, it doesn't change. Okay, let's go, further down the list of boats. So, okay.
Shall we show it on the screen?
I cannot show it on the screen, unfortunately. So,
Can we screenshot and send it?
Yeah, maybe just screenshot and send it by
guys,
WhatsApp.
this is well, I can try. No, I have it. I have everything. So, it's in the actual race. It is Elinix second. Whereas, hang on, in the rescoring, it is a rush. Elinix is third. Right. Exactly. Now, fourth place is Eritos, which was like third, right? And then there is Pete, which was sixth. Now it moves to 5. And then there is Armageddon, which was 7th, and then Blackjack. Now, so from what I read, there is scoring. Do you have any conclusion from here? What happened?
Did you do also the return?
Sorry?
The return.
No, I just did this one.
Yeah, just
The
okay.
return was the difficult one.
Oh, you wanted to do the return? Okay, I'll do the
Okay.
return then.
While he is doing this, let me show you one other thing. These are the results of the long distance race again on the Europeans. First of all, there was one boat that was significantly faster than the rest of the fleet, because she would probably need to be class 0. There's the only boat, and we allowed her to race in the class A, which is this Boges TP52, and you can see which other boats they are. On the top, there are actual results using the weather routing. This is projected elapsed, and this is actual elapsed. So when you see how close it is, please again do not focus that should be on the seconds. It's perfect, because we have 30 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour maximum. So meaning that we capture the conditions correctly. This is delta and corrected times. So on the long distance race, he is winning for 49 seconds. On the race that lasts for 29 hours. If we would have scored this with APH, so the Boges here is 5th. Because, do you understand, here her projected time was 18 and this projected time was 19. So if there was no wind or lighter wind, you can see that projected times for the rest of the boat much as they are slower, and they're probably in different wind conditions. If you were to score this with APH, Boges would have won with almost 4 hours. She could have sailed for another 3 hours go around, do whatever they want, go some fishing, swimming, and then in 4 hours, and she would still win with APH.
Over there, no, there is an error. On the
Which one?
picture, there is second number and type the same. Type is not the type.
Yeah, okay, sorry. that's a mistake. You are right.
Error, how can we say that the other are correct?
This is literally misprint. Sorry. Thank you for explanation. Yes. Yeah.
Can I answer this one?
Yeah.
I don't think that any competitor will argue the theory of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes, if there is a prediction that can predict actually the weather coming and your performance, yes, it's much better.
Okay.
The problem is that it didn't happen. We tried.
Okay.
And we tried too many. Now,
Yeah.
please let me,
No, go.
let me put it in my context.
Yeah.
It is very narrow. It's
Yeah.
on my board. Right? Suppose we use the weather report, and it's always wrong, but it's the best we have. Okay, this is the whole let's say story, the argument we use. Okay, so believe me, every time that the racing organizer will announce weather routine, I know by default that I will finish 7th. I know. I don't know how they race, but I know. Now, I finish 7th. I know how I race. Okay, I put 105% of what we can do. And it's easy because when you have a single line, you don't have tactics.
Okay.
The crew competence is not that significant of as much your boat speed. So I'm losing and I'm finishing 7th. What do I have to change? What should I change? The prediction was wrong. I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. So the conclusion is that we understand that this is good when the prediction is good.
Exactly.
Okay. That's the one conclusion. The second, now the question is what we do with, as you say, that the forecast is wrong. The options definitely is, okay, use the APH. And I agree, do some analysis, test it, and understanding how much we are and where we are. Yes.
I think the experience from Norway is that we do the run 3 hours before, and you have been monitoring the weather for many days. So when you are doing the final run on the weather routing, then you can decide should we use it or not. So you should probably have something in the sailing instruction that are a fallback, so that you know, because we have been sitting with people who knows meteorology and saying, what do you think, does this look good, blah, 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 and then you can say, okay, we make the call, weather routing is out. Yeah, and then I'm saying, when you say weather routing is out, the obvious answer shouldn't be APH is in, because that could be as bad as weather routing. So I think your point is that you have something in between, and it could be anything, but choosing weather routing because it's wrong. No, not choosing weather routing because it's wrong, and then choose APH, which also is wrong. That is what is say in the Norwegian pest or cold.
Yes.
There are a lot of weather predictions. The big national forecasting.
Yeah.
Maybe some of them, sometimes at least are correct. Not all of them. Is there any future thoughts that somebody can choose the prediction that the condition?
Okay, let me tell you another thing that is fact, and then speaking about the weather forecast, the problematic, let's say, area weather forecast. Actually, the double-handed World Championship was held in Mofalcone and going around Slovenia and the Croatian coast. There, we had, very expert meteo guy who was exactly doing this, having I don't know how many models, and we discussed a lot. And now I have to admit, as much as we are trying to explain and talking that weather routing is the way to go, after his analysis, and he was really analyzing before the race, we decided that out of all these 7 models different that we could have in the predict wind, we were not sure that any of this will do good job. And we scored APH, even the World Championship, because this was the idea. However, after this, I actually made the comparison of the APH versus predicted models, and I'm not sure. I mean, when we are talking about rescoring, trying to understand, you see this prediction projected elapsed. With APH, you simply multiply APH with the course of the length, and you will also get projected elapsed. So if you want to understand if one number is better than the weather routing, you need to compare if your APH or if your predominant or whatever is giving closer prediction than the weather routing. So, and if really needed, I made comparison of APH in 7 different models, and I am not sure that APH in this time was better in the sense that exactly as you were saying, okay, we are not sure, let's go in from the APH. But technically looking and analyzing the numbers, I'm not 100% sure that it is correct. And it's done. I'm still standing by decision to use the APH on that race, but in terms of analysis and the lessons for the future, I'm not 100% sure. That's my explanation.
But I think it's good that we have this discussion because it shows what picking rating, scoring does. So
yeah, I mean,
picking the wrong scoring in this case is 4 hour wrong. So it tells me that it's probably more important to pick the right scoring than have the right rating. But who knows? So this is something it should, and you don't. I think this discussion should be.
It will be good to have another way of rating in exactly the same table to check if the other is higher or lower. Because now we have either weather routing or APH.
Like this.
Okay, so coming back, okay, this is the story about these custom-made numbers. This is the one on the, as I said, on US certificate, you will have 51 these numbers. This is called Chicago Make Upwind, or I don't know how light wind or whatever. Again, this is metrics. And for this, I was saying, how you can tell me that the wind conditions will fall in this matrix? This is lottery. Because you may say, was not 7.6, no, was, because if you change this number, you are changing the rating. So if you said, no, it was not 7.6, it was 10. But here is more. We didn't have this much. But actually, this is all small percentages. And then you will say, but we are actually beating 50% of the race. And can you see the numbers here? There is no more. The biggest number is 7.6. So it's a kind of APH again. And he said, but we were, two legs we were beating upwind. And then, okay, does it work? It may be predominant upwind, predominant downwind. Any number, it's a guessing.
This data over there is fixed particularly for this race.
Yes, but okay, but
they have fixed it for a specific area.
Exactly. But
this
so
are the prevailing conditions for this area.
For this
Now, for the specific day of the race, if these conditions doesn't meet the real situation, the race committee does not use it.
yes,
It should not use it. No? The race
but that's the
committee has to do the willing to choose or not to choose.
yes, but then the still question is which one to choose. I think that frankly, I agree. It's very good discussion we have, and we are going around the world and we are listening. The acceptance of the scoring and understanding is different. That's what we need to know.
Another thing. That's why the race committee, when writes the norm or the same instructions, should predict to write inside which model should use according to the conditions, and not say 1 month ago that we are going to use this system, because the wind condition shouldn't match. You are not in position to know the wind condition after 1 month. That's why the norm should write on the scoring paragraph. You have a tolerance which cost method you should use. That's the proper method, I think.
Correct, but we have at least 25 beginners who have said that if you ever use WRS, we will not come.
That's another matter.
Sorry, seriously.
That's another matter.
No, it's not. It's very serious. So, would you like us to write in the notice of race we will use everyone except WRS or everyone except X, Y, Z? Do you think that's a proper way to write the notice of race?
The notice of race, you should have a manner to write it, but you have an alternative if the condition doesn't match.
I am aware.
You have to have an alternative method to use. If the
But you,
condition doesn't match, the race.
But the question is, should we ban it from the notice of race before?
What?
Θα πρέπει να εάν θα πρέπει να απαγορεύεται ρητά τις οδηγίες του.
Alternative. You should have an alternative. Not this is the method, that's it, and if you like it come or not come, you should have an alternative.
I think what we experimented with the double-handed words that Zoran was pointing out was coming with an experience in an area that is unfortunately similar to the one here in front of Piraeus. That means that it is really tricky to predict. And we in the Med, I mean, some niches in Italy or in Greece have this problem of a good prediction. It doesn't happen in the north where the storms are going by and you don't have a local wind to build in a way that is not so predictable even by these companies like Predict Wind or Windy. So what we did through the Italians double-handed championship and then to move on to the Worlds was to have a weather expert to continuously follow the situation and advise us. As Zoran was saying, it is not the case to trust one of the 7 models. It is a conservative way to have an alternative. We did write a notice of race or sailing instruction that were providing for the race committee the possibility to choose and select another system of scoring instead of weather routing as he was suggesting. And under the suggestion of an expert, the race committee decided to select another option for the Worlds. I don't know whether this is too late here because we burned in a certain way the weather routing scoring, but the fact that is a difficult place to have prediction, it is not the only place in the Med. We have other places, unfortunately. They are all in the Med.
Sorry.
Yes.
I was always a fan of constructed courses. Always. I never liked, I never liked the APH or numbers. 25, 30 years, I was always like the races constructed because we knew the performance of the boat because we were doing that race, not the other race. Using the weather routing is like constructed the race someone before us. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's very, very bad. Have you ever considered like an experiment for you to see, especially in places like Greece, like Italy or some other places, to use in a couple of boats in some serious races, black boxes inside the boat to check if the weather routing matches?
not yet. Not yet, but I think that this is one of the ideas and plans to maybe to test it and to do it. again, going around and talking about this in different parts of the world, so obviously we have different problems. I think that, please correct me, but Bruno and me, I think that what our step is to make a little bit more closer cooperation with Predict Wind. And Predict Wind is basically promoting themselves. How we can do weather routing any part of the world. We may need after getting all this information, come to these guys and say, okay, Predict Wind, can you explain us? We have these problems. The people are saying that this is not working, or how these models are working, and how they together with us can improve, and how we can get something that is reliable probably in any part of the world. I think that this is one of the directions we should go and try to find, because currently we are just trusting them, and we understood that in some part of the world, and I heard the same story partially in Turkey, but also only for the short races, maybe the way.
I think the name of the company says what it does.
Yeah.
It predicts. It doesn't say accurate weather.
I mean,
and in Norwegian it's called forecast.
Yeah.
It doesn't say the actual weather next day. So I think we are dealing with forecasts, and I think some of the models I know this using weather routing a long time before we used it as a scoring thing. Is I think they are using models that are from others. So when Predict Wind has 6 models, they are combined with other sources.
That's exactly what we need to
I
clarify and
think,
to understand.
Okay, then you can choose different models.
Yeah.
I think he needs the mic.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you use the right terminology, that it is forecast. There is no certainty, and the forecast has a range of level of confidence. It may be correct. I will use arbitrary numbers from 0 to 10%. But that's the underlying assumption when we read a forecast for shares or for weather. It's the same thing. Nobody says this is going to be the future. From experience, from scientific experience, getting correct weather in springtime in this environment, in this topography, it takes more than 24 hours of running a model with all the parameters in order to see the real weather after 24 hours. So what the models do, they truncate numbers, or they fix parameters in order to give you timely a forecast. In any case, even after 24 hours, will be still a forecast, will not be precise. And within Predict Wind, there are many models. And what the sailors are advised is run your boat through your preferred or all the models, and then you as a skipper make your course. It doesn't dictate to you that you have to go this way. The responsibility is with the skipper. Likewise with the committees. The committees have to solve exactly the same problem in order to offer a just system. So giving one label, Predict Wind or windy, it doesn't help. Most people talk about windy, for example, and they look at data which are 8 to 40 miles resolution. They are going to be wrong. Why? Because they have saved €20 from buying a subscription and get to a higher level model. I think as we are not having any more printed maps, we have digital maps. We have to get used to digital weather. We have to buy the subscriptions because it costs a lot of money to produce and make and operate these models, and it's not going to be free. So these are small costs compared to any other cost that the boats are making, but it's a decision that every skipper has to take. He has to equip his boat with digital means if he wants to improve. If he wants to go out and enjoy the elements, that's another approach. It's not a good or bad. It's choices.
But I believe that what you are saying
the boats are already doing. On each boat, you have the navigator who has an upgrade of.
Most boats in the Saronic, maybe it's 10 boats that really race. The rest are touring. They are not performing compared to their expectations of the manufacturer.
In any case, they don't give the money back,
And they
even
don't
if
give
you
them-
buy
Correct.
if you buy the best upgrade for prediction. If the prediction is not correct.
Out of all these emails, most of them are not qualified. You shouldn't listen. It's just complaining and nothing. Okay. It's all of it. The way to see it, because, okay, who am I to be the authority? And I think Alkis will back me on this. Returning from Hydra, night time. It was just a Sunday and 2 or 3 boats that had lights, checking on the sails and trying to optimize the boat. Everybody else was cruising. And a Bavaria 36 ended up ahead of performance boats. That's the best example. Most of them are out there to enjoy the sea, and they are very good doing so. But they cannot dictate then how you run a race.
But I think it was, I'm not sure if it's correct, but the saying is that the father of weather routing scoring is Stan Honey from US, that he came up with the idea that the most accurate scoring we could have was something that was based on weather routing, now weather forecast, because weather forecast was getting better and better. And he now, in state, there is another rating provider that they used to call it weather routing, now they call it offshore TCF. And I think one of the biggest mistakes we have done is to call it weather routing. Because then which model, so we are comparing the weather routing scoring with traditional weather routing, which is not. Weather routing scoring is distribution of wind. It's the only thing. So when it doesn't, if it doesn't, if it's not accurate, it doesn't matter. Does it give a better wind distribution than what we are using? So I think talking about models, we should be talking about that one. Then not the custom one, but when we have been sailing, that matrix should be.
When we are doing weather routing, is creating the table like this for each boat.
Yes.
And this is what we are looking. We are not focused on trying to understand, the weather routing says like this, I should go like this. I go back to this. This was one of the first when we were using, and there was obviously, as said, the race for the fight for the first race was very close. And if you see here that, let's assume here that this was saying, the weather routing was saying, okay, you should do like this and this. And I had the crew coming to us and saying, no, sorry, we did this like this. I said, this is the same thing. This is exactly the same thing. Because in the sense of the scoring, you get the same wind direction. It doesn't matter if you do first port and starboard tack or vice versa. But the people were, looking at forecast and saying, by the weather routing, we should sail. No, it doesn't matter. You are not trying to sail the course exactly as your weather routing is saying. As you rightly said before, you will get some information, but then on the end, you should decide how to race. There will be no race. Then we will get information from AI and saying, okay, everyone goes on this line.
Yeah, but I think what I'm hearing here is not that weather routing is wrong. It's what should we do when it's obviously going to be wrong.
That's the
yeah.
I think
that's the same in Norway. We have a race from Norway to Denmark. It's either full upwind or full reaching. If we have a weather routing or the TCF calculated on full reaching, and then we come in the morning and it's
exactly
the opposite, weather routing is stupid.
This is exactly
So I think what we are doing now is that we are going around in circle when we are actually what we want to have on the table is tools. And sometimes weather routing is the perfect tool. Sometimes APH may be the perfect tool, but there's
Or
has
some
to
single
be,
number,
there
yeah.
has to be some tools in the middle.
combination.
Yeah, and that's so I don't think this is it shouldn't be a discussion. Do you like weather routing or not, or do you like APH or not,
So weather routing is like constructed a course without even
based on weather?
Yes. Yeah.
spend time on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
The big question here is to be exactly what you said, not if WRS good or not, but which tools should I choose? So I believe that you could come up with an algorithm, so the same scoring program can compare 3, 4, or 5 scoring systems and come up with a suggestion to the committee which score to use. And this is it. This is something
But-
we do before you land.
Yeah, yeah. No.
We do as a test
Sorry.
when we make races. And what we do is this. We take theoretical times.
Yeah.
Not of all the fleet, because some of our fleet doesn't race, they go for fishing. They have 6 or 8
Yeah.
faster boats. And we compare how close the prediction is to the actual results.
Yeah.
And let's say that for WRS, we see that the first 8 boats are around 9%
Yeah.
of the predicted outcome. So this scoring is good. If the first 8 boats with WRS are 40% on the predicted score, then it's not good. And then the scoring, what we do is we take another system, could be time, could be performance curve scoring. And then if we see that this scoring system matches better the real result, then we select this system. So maybe because this calculator algorithm can have this in the scoring program. So it will help committee choose the right.
This is a nice switch, but it's theoretically. I'm sorry, not that I'm laughing. I think it's as I said before. First of all, we need to understand to define how we say that something is better than the other, and I agree. Take this. So let me see predicted and actual lapse time. So regarding what numbers you are using, weather routing, APH, custom number, take this is because this is telling you how the race was sailed on the end. Again, the PCS on the offshore race when the boats are racing in different conditions will not work. That's, let's say, out of question. The options you have is use the weather routing, use the APH because the APH you say is average of everything, or construct something like this. I don't know how. I have no idea how to construct because for me this is how much was difference between the projected and finishing times. That's the first thing that I would like to understand. But this is not something that you can put in the algorithm before the race in the scoring because you need to finish the race. Afterwards, yes. But then I know Panayotis, you were doing the rescoring of that famous second leg that they were asking. So do you have it, or can you just comment? And first, my really question: how was the difference between predicted and actual lapse time? How much was?
Well, I would say that well, the first boat was, I don't know, maybe lucky or chose something. So he was like sugar.
Yes, was not like he said the perfect race.
Yeah, I mean, lucky in the sense that he did, the right decisions according to the weather there was during the race.
That's what I'm saying. He
Yeah.
said the
Okay.
perfect race, not lucky because
Okay.
I was there racing against him.
Okay, perfect race. Then, okay, so the first boat doesn't change with APH. Then we have changes, however, in the rest of the fleet. So, second is Elinix.
From Aeolus.
Hmm?
Aeolus was second.
Yeah, Airwalls was second actually.
You tell what you see and I will tell what.
Okay, Pete is third.
Pega was third.
Okay, and then Aeolus is fourth.
Melina, a very small boat,
is fourth. And then ex officio is fifth.
Ex officio was 8th and goes 5th.
Eritos is sixth.
Eritos was 13th.
Metatron is 7.
Metatron was supposed to be in front of us. It was in the position that we were supposed to be.
And then is Aristofani.
We go behind Metatron.
And then is Optimum.
Optimum was 11.
Yeah. So
Okay.
now it is 9.
Well, there are several.
Okay, and now, Panayotis, I don't know if you can probably tell me exactly, but you probably need to calculate. If you compare predicted times with the routing with the real time, predicted times with the APH with the real time, which one is closer? Because you just need to calculate with APH multiplied by the length of the course, and the
Well,
question
I
is which
need
one is
to-
closer. And then the yeah.
Can you tell me the results from one or the other system is fair?
No, he's
I can't understand.
So-
From one side I'm third, on the other side I'm 12.
he
I don't care.
I can
I need to know.
I can try to explain.
I need to know the fair results.
sorry.
I
just-
can try to explain it from a race officer point of view. I'm going to be the race officer for a race in Norway, double-handed race that are 850 miles, 4 legs.
Good luck.
It goes from the south tip of Norway and to the polar circle, and it's four legs. And I have put in the notice of race that I have all the options. So for the first, I didn't choose one.
But you never answered on that question.
No, but
As a client,
I'm coming.
I don't know.
I'm coming.
I need your help. to
Yeah.
know
But
the fair results.
Yeah, no.
Because if you tell me that this is the results, okay.
But-
These are the results.
but if
Okay.
I
You come back and you say, no, they're not the fair result, this system. These, the new results are fair. Okay.
Yeah,
these
you-
are-
you- you-
the
you-
results are fair, but really, I don't know as a
No,
client.
but if you let me finish, I probably will answer your question. So there are 4 legs, meaning 4 starts, meaning 4 skipper meetings. So in front of the skipper meeting, I will say how we have chosen, why we believe that has the most accuracy, why we have expert on weather supporting our call, and saying that this, if we choose this method, not that, this is the method based on all these things, we will choose this one.
Yeah, but
And then when we are coming finishing, we will have a starting line, and I will go through every leg, and I will see and I will explain what worked and what didn't work, and then I will get smarter, and the sailor will be smarter, and then I will do the same thing the
but
next
to-
leg.
sorry,
and the next leg.
to answer.
These results fair.
Okay, sorry, to answer your question.
If I base the result on the scoring that reflects the condition on the race course, yes, it's fair. If
No, sorry.
Hmm?
Sorry.
Who can confirm it?
I think you can
no.
confirm it because I can
Thomas,
say
maybe-
it was fully upwind. Then I use fully upwind VPP.
No, but I understand his question. So exactly to answer your question, you are asking me, we have the real results and Panayotis now rescored the other results. And you said, this is first, for second is changed. And you are asking, tell me which one is wrong, results A or results B. And I am telling you to,
Or maybe we have another third option.
okay,
We have the fair result.
Sir, sorry, let me finish. So the results that are better is those that are giving you a lapse time of the boats closer to prediction. That's the,
Nobody's giving us that. Nobody's giving us
this is the analysis that we can do.
Yeah, but nobody's giving us that. Because
Sorry.
that will end all the discussion. If someone will tell us whatever we'll do, the prediction of your finish is similar.
No.
End of story.
Okay, guys, sorry. So,
We are in a
Sorry.
we still call it a pilot.
Okay.
We are still saying
We are-
that we are doing this as a test. We learn by by walking, by doing all these things. So yeah. So
Exactly.
exactly. So let's just say
I am trying to.
we need to be better on working together.
Yeah. What I'm trying to tell you, and it is not something that you will do. This is discussion how we evaluate and how we learn something and how we do better for the future. Take the existing results from the last year, do this analysis, compare how much is one to other project, the difference between projected and elapsed. This is the parameter that. No, no. Sorry, I'm not saying that you should do this. I'm saying that whoever is responsible and together with us, we can do analysis, because you are asking me how to evaluate which is better. I'm explaining which is the method. Who will do it? Someone
Excuse me,
can do
just
it.
to try to reply to his question. If we would be able to rerun that race with a real win condition that you found during the race, then you will have a result that is the fairest result. Correct? Okay. Now, how much this true result that will be with the true wind that you found on the race is different from the two that you have been using. One is a WRS that was a wrong prediction, and the other is the APH results that we know is wrong for definition. How much is the difference between the true that we don't have yet, because we haven't rerun the race with the true win condition you found? That would be the fairest way to answer your question. And how much difference there is between the real classification with the real win and the APH classification or the WRS will tell you what would be the less worse scoring system in this case. You understand? So I hope I reply to you. Yeah.
No, go on.
First of all, before I make my proposition, I respect a lot the effort you put all these years for doing your job. I understand that it takes a lot of time and cannot be perfect. This is the premise of the conversation. But when you doesn't disevaluate what
Yeah, go on.
when you say what was your predicted time compared to
Elapsed time.
the elapsed time you
Yeah.
actually made, I have two objections.
Yeah.
First of all, every broken watch shows correctly twice per day.
Exactly. This is the example I'm using on measurement seminar.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you cannot tell.
Yeah.
Secondly, we never had the chance to check the predicted win, the predicted time, and we asked the committee not to make any protest. Example again, a race from Egina to here, when we raced 23 boats, and 17 of them, if I'm not wrong, I was one among them. We didn't catch the
Time limit. Time limit.
We finished so 17 boats couldn't be wrong, right? Couldn't make all the mistakes.
That's sorry to. Can I stop you? Can I stop? This is not an issue for ORC. The fact that the race committee is not acting properly to tell you what is the predict elapsed time is not our fault.
So we could have it. You say that we could have it.
Yes.
Basically,
The answer is that we cannot.
sorry.
What?
If you get your time on time coefficients, you divide it 600 by this, you get your time on distance, multiply by the length of the course, and that's your predicted time. But just to.
We are not looking for mistakes.
Yeah.
We are looking everybody for fair results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't care about mistakes. Always, if you are doing mistakes, okay, we agree with that. We don't compare for that, but we need to go faster.
Yeah.
To improve.
I don't care if I have a result to I'm finishing first. Okay, I'm happy. If you send me a result that I'm last one, okay, this is the result because the race committee decided to make the results this way. Okay, for me it's a rule, but it's more fair for everybody to say with clear and fair results. We are in the same position. We are looking for the same thing. We are together. I don't care for mistakes. I'm not looking to say that Walsey have these mistakes and no.
No, listen. We could have stayed in a position where we give for offshore races a single number, time on distance. Bye, it's up to you. No, we are trying to improve ourselves, and we tested the weather routing score. Okay, yes. We found out that in some place the weather prediction allows to predict a handicap for that race that is fine. 80% of the world is working fine. People is happy. Where he lives, they're very happy. Here or in Italy, in some places, it doesn't work because the prediction is not correct. Now, we cannot impose to predict when you are fucking up your job in some area in Greece, or I cannot. I have not the power to shoot.
I was not suggesting this, but
No.
we can work with them and saying, okay, guys, we have a problem. What
But
we can
maybe, as you say, we can try to find an alternative that is better than APH. This is a suggestion that we can work together to try to find out. And the other suggestion is don't tie your hands in the notice of race or sailing instruction
with
to
weather
only one system, because otherwise, in case the prediction with the weather expert, they're saying, I don't know, there is a problem, you are able to switch.
I guess it's the reason why you have a knife and a fork and a spoon. So you have, when you are doing soup, you choose spoon, not knife. And I think that's the same. We need to have the tools on the table, and then when we see, okay, this is the scenario, okay, then we use this tool. And that is exactly the equal chance to.
The problem is the alternative we have, that the APH, we found out discovering and investing on the WRS that is very bad. So we need another alternative to help. Yes.
How is the distribution of in the other countries? If you
Watch which scoring methods. I mean, as far as I know, since we started with weather routing, and I can confirm that on every championship that we were on the north, we were quite satisfied. I know that in Italy, many races for a long time there is always, before this was always APH, basically. And people are used to it. And I perfectly also understand when you have people used to something and you come to something and say something new, it's hard to change. It's the same thing like when you need to change the local handicap to RC or something, because people are used to it and we are doing this like this 20 years. Why should we change now? And then we are trying to explain them. And then I think that, frankly, if at the end of this presentation, we can agree that what are the benefits of weather routing if you have the good forecast. I hope that we made our mission, let's say, for today. For the other countries, I think that on the north they are playing and the weather routing is working. On the south, frankly, I don't know exactly all the things. And even in Spain, you remember, in Spain we were this year, we were working on Copa del Rey, and they were pretty much against or long distance race. But on the Europe, But on the Europeans, we had coastal races where we used weather routing. It was absolutely no problem. There was no complaints from the people. And actually, we had also a coastal race on the Valencia sport boats. Was a 5-6 hours race in front of Valencia. Was very good. Then it's that's, I mean, maybe I don't have all the information, but I remember also when we had the Newport championship in Newport. This was lots of discussion. We had a meeting 6 in the morning, checking the forecast, deciding what was weather routing, comparing the forecast, was discussing before, and on the end, it was good. I mean, they were happy. It was shown that the forecast was correct. Yeah. This was the only discussion, but for us, what is important again, comparing the predicted with real was close. This is what was important for us. You know. Sure.
A couple of words, having been here
The
in
engine.
the engine for weather routing for sure, but also here, I mean in Yacht Club Greece, having been the advocate for weather routing, of course, but also doing the scoring for the races of Yacht Club Greece for the past 2 years, be windward, leeward, or whatever else. Now, as Zoran said before, and Bruno, we're still learning things. That's for sure. So, what someone has to think about, and I say this because of the question of Mr. Alevizakis before, because there was this term of fair result. I will just say something that I said last year. There is no such a thing as fair result in sailing. Sailing is not fair. That's by definition. So now this sailing, well, sailing. Yeah. What I mean is this: fair in the sense there's no fairness in the results, because things happen that affect the results. Like, let's forget for a moment about handicapping. Let's say we go boat on boat, right? Boat on boat. So you go boat on boat on one design racing, and it happens so that if there is not enough wind, right, and all boats stop, then some boat will be, I don't know, luckier or knows more of the local conditions, and he'll just take this small puff of wind, which came like 50 meters there, and take off and win the race. And then you say, so what? Is that fair?
Yes, it's another thing.
It's another thing, but
the result.
I know. When talking about
nothing to do about.
Yeah, sure. No. What I'm saying about fair.
When you are lucky, it's a part of sailing.
Well, it's not only that, but yes, it's the same thing. It happens the same thing with weather routing, if you like, with APH, if you like, because you know what? There are some boats who are favored with APH or whatever other single number. They are favored. Why? Well, because by pure chance, these conditions, the APH is in favor of them, because they are in these conditions that APH takes into account. Well, they are rated slower in their certificate, so they are favored, and vice versa. There are boats that are not favored. So is this?
I'm not talking about favorite results.
Look, hang on. When we're talking about,
I never had a protest about the results.
I know.
When I decide to sail a race,
I know. I'm just.
I decide
I know.
to have the result that
No.
And for me, this is the rule.
Don't take me wrong. I'm just saying, I'm just commenting, let's say, on the term
But you're
fair.
the experts to know if the results
Yes,
are.
the thing is, the experts, in my position, we don't know what is fair. We are doing our best to reach something that is acceptable. Okay, but to say that something is fair is well out of scope. No, we can say other terms like this is more accurate. Okay, this is one thing. Now the other thing, and as far as I was saying before, single numbers favor some boats and unfavor some others, depending. So for Windward Leeward single number, for APH or whatever other single number is as a custom scoring option is on the certificate. Now this thing we are trying to smooth with weather routing. Okay, is this? Of course, this has to do with the accuracy of the prediction. And yes, sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not okay, right? And we have differences. Now, the thing is, as I have said before, all the problems start when there is not enough wind, right? So when there is not enough wind, especially in places like the Saronic Gulf, where if you have a kind of steady wind, like, I don't know, 10, 12 knots, then everything goes okay. But if things start to go south, I mean, like less wind, then problems start, because then the wind starts going like coming from everywhere, or changing, and things and local conditions start, play their role, and things start getting, difficult. So this situation, right, is especially difficult for sailing as a sport. Sailing has to do with the wind. You sail when there is wind. If there is no wind, there's no sailing. Now, but us, I mean, as sailors, we say, okay, we go out there and we face everything that there is out there. If it's a storm, then it's going to be a storm. But if it's no wind, that's fine. But still, it's not, to go sailing and racing, you need the boat to keep moving. You need wind. So when there is no wind, problems start, both for sailors, but also for rating systems, of course. And then, so now, the problem, we all know this, but the problem is, okay, the race finished. So are we happy with the results? And when I'm saying happy, not being first, last, or anything, but feeling that, the results of the race reflect the, what the race was like, and whether, the guys who won in a way that we all understand. Yes, they deserve winning, right? This is the thing. So then if this happens, we are happy. If this doesn't happen, then we're not happy. And this happens and will be happening. The problem is that if we say at that moment, when we are not happy with the results of the weather routing, simply because the forecast wasn't okay, and we say, no, we're not happy. Okay, we're not happy. So what should we have done, or what should we do now that we are not happy, immediately after the race?
We agree at all. So this is the point.
This is the point, right? So, okay. So let's talk about this for a moment. What should we do before the race is a thing, okay? Which we once or twice this year we did. In fact, when we saw that the forecast was low wind, we said with Thanasis, no weather routing. I mean, it's hopeless. So go with APH. Probably you remember that. But for after the race, like after the finish of the Faliro Hydra leg, okay, what's there to do? Because the race has already finished. The winner knows that he's a winner, because, I mean, it's like, it's very easy. Even if the results are not published, you're first, second, third, you know that. Okay. So this published, and then here comes the difficult decision. Should I say now that, now guys, it's APH? Some people will be happy, some others will not be happy. And the problem is we don't know who's going to be happy, who's not going to be happy. And those people who are now happy are have a right to be
happy.
happy. The other people, the
I
other
think
people that are unhappy
we-
now have a right to be unhappy. And if we change something, then there will be another bunch of people.
Exactly the question. We are not looking for happy sailors.
I mean,
No, I
happy-
don't.
No,
I
no.
don't think you
No,
you should
you-
change the results at the
I
end
think
of
that's,
the race.
Exactly.
This is,
You have to.
you know, you need to decide before the race.
Before the
Once
start.
you decide it, you cannot
Exactly.
change it after, because you cannot
So
tell to everyone you are
right.
not
So
anymore
there
first,
is-
you are 10th. I mean,
So I assume we agree. There is no reason to say a thing like, okay, if because it was, I heard it before, say that if the weather conditions were not according to the forecast, then the race committee will choose another system. So we don't like that, right? Okay. So
What-
this boils down to the situation where we say, guys, okay, we have weather routing. We think or thought that it's possible to do it in this golf, in this club, right? And so we go with it. And sometimes it doesn't work. Okay, but we know that. Or we can say afterwards, guys, okay, this doesn't work for this area, so let's just dump it. Don't use it. And what to use? Sorry?
You know what to do the next time.
I don't know what to do the next time, really. I mean, I'm just, as I said, I am, no, I'm an advocate, right?
I try to reply to your question. Yes, if you know there is a prediction that is steady, you have a Meltemi, you have a situation that is very well established, why not using the WRS? If you have an unstable situation where the model are changing since 2 days prior to the start, you select another scoring system. It should be like that.
I mean, let me put the question like this. If you are a race organizer, you are probably looking the forecast, some forecast. I don't know, not to predict win. You're looking some forecast, which you believe, which is the local one, which is the, I don't know, whichever I believe that forecast. In the weather routing, you will get different forecast. And then you can decide, okay, I'm not confident because just as I was describing, we will not use it, we will use something else. So that's the whole point. And the question about this fair or not fair or accurate, again, I think if you want to evaluate anything, simply try to understand how much you are from prediction. Because APH, remember, it's also prediction. People are not looking on this, but APH or any single number is prediction. And you are getting predicted times with this, with these numbers.
Prediction that nobody
is taking, I mean, this is forecast. This is also forecast. APH is forecast. And any single number is forecast. Prediction.
But I think it's better to not liking weather routing scoring, because when you are not liking weather routing scoring, you are saying weather matters. Let's say you say, I don't like weather routing scoring because the weather is wrong. Then you are actually saying that both should be rated according to the weather. That's why you disagree. So you think it's bad, not because as a rule, but you think it's bad because it didn't show the real weather. So what you then are saying by default is that you believe in a system that takes care of weather and different. So by saying you are against weather routing scoring, you are actually supporting the VPP, because what you are saying is the system needs to be VPP. And that's why we are here. We are here because we support a VPP-based system. We are not supporting one single number used for everything. The idea behind the core of ORC is the VPP. So when you are not liking weather routing scoring, you are supporting that idea.
The most important slide, as I said, is this one. Is this one.
Yes, and then that's why I think this discussion is very good, because it seems to me that we all want to have a rating that take care of wind conditions. And then, so the only thing everyone here, as from my here, is we agree on the system. We just need to find better tools to set up the races. And that's easy. We didn't know about weather routing scoring 3 years ago. Maybe there are 2 new systems or 2 new tools on the table next year. Maybe this discussion, when we are sitting discussing this in ITC or whatever, we're saying, okay, we are missing some tool. We are missing the fork. Let's make the fork. So I think that's my output of listening to this. It's not about the system. It's how can the system be a better tool to score based on the actual weather in the race.
About the weather routing scoring, right now we are linked to the ORC for work with that. Is there any plans for the future to give that to the organizers to be independent, to be in position to work by themselves?
Can I answer that? Yeah. Okay. So this is, again, as I said before, we are learning, all of us, be it ourselves who are doing the system, but also organizers, sailors, and everyone. So we have been, I wouldn't say reluctant, hesitant, let's say, to, in a sense, open the system so that anyone could go in there and, do weather routing and do the race and do this. But we did this for a good reason, because we saw, as we were working and experimenting on the system, that designing a race, more specifically a route, the route for the weather routing, is not a straightforward thing. There are peculiarities, there are traps, there are mistakes, and this is not something that, the average, let's say, sailor or organizer could do without being, let's say, confident that there will be no mistakes or problems. And then, if there are mistakes like this, then there are huge mistakes in that case. So we said we do it ourselves, which of course, I mean, it's work, and it's a lot of workload on our backs in ORC, because it's not only here, it's all over the world that people are saying, do weather routing for me, and we send data, we check notice of races and sailing instructions and going back and forth with emails. However, the plan is to give the opportunity to the race organizers to be able to modify their fleets for the race, change the times for the race, in general do anything they want with weather routing. The only thing, what the ORC will keep to be done by the ORC staff is the actual designing the actual route. So from here
for this
to
year,
there, at least for this year.
For this year,
yes.
The intent is
that
to
following
consolidate
as soon
the
as,
product and to allow
yes.
The race organizer to run himself. But we are not.
We are not ready for this yet.
Yes.
As soon as we find some methods to validate and make sure that the route has been set up correctly and will not end up in a disaster, then we will provide more, let's say, freedom for the race organizer for that matter. But
So for this year, is it going to change something? And what is that?
Well, we'll see.
in the present situation.
Well, as it stands, the present situation is as it was last year. So
Same.
yes, for the moment at least. Maybe during
This
the
is problems, you know. It's not easy for us to address to the ORC. We have to
why not?
because
What do you
we
mean?
have to work electronically before to have a pace back and forth.
Well,
And we have a lot of preparation, and this is a reason for us to do that.
well, the only thing you have to do is just fill in an application form, put in there your sailing instructions and the notice of race.
I'm not saying the application form is difficult.
Okay.
So the whole situation.
This is what we, okay, as I said before, it's also difficult for us because we're doing the work. Okay, so we want to
I suggest
let the organizer do their work, so we
anyway. I
focus on ours.
suggest that if you are going to use, as we have been talking for a couple of hours, this scoring system, the work of the race committee in advance should start well in advance to monitor the weather pattern and so on. You cannot do this at the very last moment. So this is why we are asking also in advance to work on both sides to be sure that the result is correct. So you will have your weather expert working.
You have this capability in our own hands. When the time comes, when the day of race comes, and we see that this doesn't work, we can send to another system.
Yeah, you can do that.
If we have do all the preparation with the ORC.
No problem.
Previous month.
No problem.
not a problem.
You say bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
But I think Panayotis has a good point, is that what we saw in previous year is that the application comes in very late. So I think we had some sending in for 6 days before or something. So I think the sooner you can get in the application, because, and that's why we want to have the notice of race, is actually not just only to, or sailing instruction, but it's also to see if those fallbacks are there. If it's written, we had a big problem in Norway when this was not in weather routing scoring, but it was a copy-paste mistake on the scoring, which turned the scoring upside down. So I think to have a cooperation very early, if you want to look at it, you send in the application sooner than later, and you can also shadow score. So in the form, there is a checkbox, so you can actually also do the shadow scoring. And then probably we will need to look at how, not actually only the files going back and forth, but also maybe have some guidance book on how to talk to the sailors, how to do the decisions, so that we are in line also on that side. I think that's where the problem starts. Not getting the correct files to the organizer, but how the organizer are promoting and keeping their customer happy. But I think we can probably do a better job together on that one.
But there is no problem to step down at the very last moment, because you see that the condition to apply the scoring system are not there. It's not because you asked 1 week or 10 days before to the ORC that you will be running this weather routing scoring.
When you, as organizer, you are receiving not just the ratings, you are receiving the routing. I mean, the predicted the tables. You are receiving the tables, the map with the routing.
Yes,
so
all the data.
when you receive this and you have better knowledge of the forecast, then you can say, okay, I will not use it for any reason. But on the other hand, you may say, "Ah, yes, it looks like this. Okay, let's go for it. Let's go for it."
It's not an imposition from our side.
And we are doing quite long. I don't know if we should make kind of break or how much we more want to do.
Stratis.
We have been sitting here for over 2 hours now. I think a break is good.
What is left for this afternoon in the agenda?
I think nothing more. But
what would you like to discuss?
I mean, we can have another question and answer with any question. Not just weather routing. It's not a problem. It's a yeah. Your favorite customer. You will get some discount. Don't worry. No, of course. I like this. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. If we are done, maybe we do the question and answer, then we go.
Or we do 15-minute break and then question again.
Okay.
It's a new idea. I'm not sure if everyone's ready. We can discuss further routing. It's this new system.
Okay.
So
let me do the break and then.
Okay.
Well, I'll answer after the break, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
What was the question?
What is the problem with the
session for this afternoon. We have some question and answer for the debate we had on scoring. And afterwards, maybe we can also have Zoran trying to say a few words about what will be going on tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So you had already a question, Panayotis.
Yes, but from this gentleman who just walked away, so
Ah.
maybe we wait for him. So, there. Yeah, he's coming. Okay, your question is on. Okay. So to okay, what is so difficult? This is a very good question, because this is what the average, let's say, organizer or sailor or navigator would think. Why is it so difficult? Well, the thing is, because it is far, far, far away from what sailors, navigators, and also race organizers think when they say, okay, let's put the route of the race on the map. What do you do there? Okay, what the average user, let's say, would say, okay, I'll put what is called the rump line. So, marks, this is going to be where the boats more or less should go if the wind permits. And this is where we'll end up. And at the same time, we calculate the shortest possible distance of the race, which we put in the sailing instructions, right, in the notes of race. So this is a standard thing. Well, this is the worst thing someone can do for weather routing. It's absolutely the worst thing, because it's going to make the idea of the weather routing is that you have a machine which is smart enough to figure out how to go from here to there. So ideally, and if the race has no constraints, you say, okay, you start from, I don't know, here and go to Thessaloniki, for example, port. Nothing else. And then you say, these are the boats, this is the starting time, press the button. That's it. And what the routing engine does is do all the calculations, make sure that the boats will use the forecasted weather in the best way according to their polars, make sure they don't run aground or go over land, make sure that they are in the correct depth, draft, and eventually, and then calculate the time that it will take to get to the finish line along with the actual track. And in doing that, you also calculate, apart from the coordinates of the track, also the wind speed and the boat speed and all the other various coefficients. Now, so in the question of what could go wrong, well, many things. Like, for example, when you have, then what we sometimes have, or many times, we have constraints, right? We have constraints in a race. Say, for example, say, okay, leave this mark to port or starboard, right? So now the routing software as it stands has not the notion of what we call rounding. It's a thing, because the routing software knows leave to port, leave to starboard, or just go there. So again, what the average organizer would do for a thing which says, we go there, leave it to starboard, then we go back, and then we go again, and then we do this. This is, even in an offshore race, right? Wrong. It won't work. You don't have to do it like this. You have to check. You have to find out that what you did is not correct, and it's not. This also is not straightforward, because you get a result, but it's not correct. And then, worse, you try with a couple of boats. It works, but for some boats it doesn't work. So you have you end up with your fleet, and you have these boats that work, and then the others don't work. Worse, even worse, this has to do with the actual weather forecast that will come at the time when you finally press the button. So it's a thing. So this is the reason, and all these things that I have put down is things that have happened. I mean, they have happened to us, to me, doing. So it's like saying, hey, I'm not now at the point where myself and Simon, who is the other colleague doing weather routing with RC, we can really set up a routine, a golden rule for potential users to tell them, you'll do this, and it will work. We don't know this drill yet. This is the reason we are reluctant to give this to everybody, simply because there may be many problems, and these problems will end up, surely, because they're difficult to explain and difficult to understand also, they will end up to having bad results, sailors not being happy, and of course this will finally be, hey, it doesn't work. Weather routing is simply nothing.
Are you planning to make some training courses about that to educate the people?
Well, as I said, to educate the people, we first have to educate adequately ourselves, in the sense that we can provide the people with clear instructions, even complex ones, what they should do in all cases. We are not in a position. If we were in a position, then we would say, okay, you know what, you need to pass a seminar of 2 days, I don't know, where you do this, do that, and then we say you are competent. Let's say you are okay with doing this. We are not there yet. Any other questions? Maybe.
It's time for questions.
You can put any questions even out of this.
Yeah.
It's me again.
Yeah.
First, why do you like the idea of ORC scoring, proposing, just suggesting or proposing a scoring system? Because you said before, I'm thinking from an earlier question before, there is a way to quantify the results, and this is the mean deviation from the projected times. Mean deviation of all the fleet, or at least
Okay.
percentage of the fleet.
Right. As I said, we are working on many ideas and many suggestions. One of these is do this, which is quantify, if I can put it correctly, the results based on different weather forecasts. The problem is that we can do this, and we have done this in some occasions. The problem is that still we are not in a position to, or yet in a position to, even for quantifying, say that, guys, we find a solution to the problem which will, let's say, with a good confidence from our side, will end up to a forecast which is either, I don't know, 90% correct, or to an answer, no forecast, right? Because this is what we want at the end. Be able to say, okay, we have to do weather routing. Do we have a good forecast for tomorrow, right? So if we say yes, we do, then it better be, what we say is better be correct. We're not there yet.
But I'm not talking about an absolute scaling system, but a relative one. You can say that, okay, nothing may be correct for everybody, but quantifying that you say this solution, for example, time solution, has I say a number of like 88%, and the performance gap has 92%.
How can you say that?
It
In what
depends.
way?
Calculate the median deviation
Yes.
from the theoretical times.
But it depends on
But
the
the
condition
theori-
of that race.
Yes, the theoretical time It's a huge question. What's the theoretical
No,
time?
no.
The theoretical time that is calculated by every solution system.
Okay, let me put like this. What you are suggesting can be done as a post-race analysis of the race already held. You said you had 24 races in 25 years. I don't know, using weather routing. So, someone.
No, listen, I'm talking about something is post-race analysis. But that can be done by the race committee. For example, I may have included in the notice of race what I said before, that we will use weather scoring, and in case of
Adverse
weather prediction failure,
Yes.
I will lose either performance curve
Or that doesn't
time
matter.
time.
Yeah,
These three systems.
okay.
So the race finishes. So I have the actual race time of the boats, and I have three systems that I can have the theoretical times of these three systems. So the time on time system has an 88% prediction.
Okay.
The weather scoring has 89.
It's
the time on distance has 98. So the software can calculate that and at least suggest
I can tell you, but
that the time on time has this percent.
the main problem
the
of
weather
this,
scoring has this percent.
the main problem of this, people are always saying, I want to know before the start what is my rating and what is, because in your proposal, you basically don't know, how much is the,
To suggest that 2 or 3 systems.
no, but even, let's say, even if you have two, you don't know which is your rating when you start the race. And this is what most of the people around the world will say. We need to know what is our rating before we start the race. That's the first thing. The other thing is that
Are really ready to accept the system because they realize that if I race time and time
okay.
on a steady weather,
Yeah.
then I'm lost. I'm racing with a.
I think that my proposal will be slightly different. If you have the good database of the numbers of the races scored in 25, do this exercise with the races in 25 and then make analysis and report and saying in 25 races we have been using weather routing, and as you said, this is the medium deviation from this, and if we score this with APH would be like this, if we score this by any single number would be like this. So you have the base of 25 races, and I don't know, you can find 80% weather routing is actually giving better, or the other is giving better. Yes, but don't take me wrong, but if the people are now complaining so much about weather routing, I can feel that giving these options that people will start to complaining, no, this is better, why we did this, because as long as you have two options, that's the, yeah.
As a racer, I would accept a system like that, or I would accept a committee to choose the scoring method after the fact, after they have seen the race. I understand that some people do not accept it.
Well, the thing is,
I mean, it's not probably. I would say it's not bad idea. I'm not saying that is bad or wrong. It's also it's more the question how people will accept it and understanding. Then how much is the margin? We say, whenever you have two type of the scoring, it is very hard to choose one. Theoretically, let's say that you have 51.1 and 49.9 better for others. So you have very small.
If you have very small, you have to make a decision. That's why I thought
exactly. So as long
a case that have 92 and 73.
That's clear. But if you have very
committees not make mistakes. And in case that you said that the one system gives 92 and the other system gives 91, it doesn't.
I think that
nobody gives
exactly. The only thing is that the only thing where the very slightly difference, and what I try to explain with this, that with weather routing you are routing the boat in its own condition. With a single number you are applying the same, and you know that boats are actually sailing in different conditions. And sometimes, by the chance or by whatever we want, the APH may work, may be giving closer results. But before doing this decision, I would strongly suggest that for statistical reason and for understanding the problem, you make the analysis if you have enough and saying, okay, give the numbers. And I'm always saying, okay, calculate, do not make any decision. Get the information, then make decision. That just the more information you have, the easier it is to make decision to go on one or other way. Yeah.
May I respond?
Yeah.
This is your job. Because we also must do this and not fail.
And also committee has a majority which is responsible for everything.
He's the secretary of.
Yes.
I think that we must start to do the thing to analyze.
Why don't you want to start analyzing the statistics of 2025?
Because we have seen here from this discussion that the biggest issue is not the weather loop. People accept the weather looking, provided that it is, let's say, almost accurate prediction or nearly accurate prediction. Nobody here said that the weather looking is bad. The point here was that clubs keep using weather scoring when they could see that the prediction had nothing to do with the real air.
Do you accept, in my position, a suggestion to your committee? Your committee should come out to the Hellenic sailors in 1 month saying, we analyzed with the statistics of last year the races, and we rescore all these races, 25 races, with APH. The result is that APH was better in 4 of the 25, I'm guessing. Therefore, the committee strongly recommends for this year to provide notice of races and sailing instruction where the possibility to switch from one method to the other is provided to the race organizer prior to the start of the race. Forget about letting the race committee to decide afterwards, because it's starting a mess with people being lobbied to change in one direction or the other. I strongly recommend not to go this path.
Our experience about it's totally different, but I accept your opinion because you are, of course, very high.
What's the experience?
I think the Hellenic sailors will see that their offshore committee is not only criticizing but evaluating what if we would have used another method, and giving to the sailors also the results of this analysis and suggesting the alternative for this coming year.
So what you want to say? After the fact, the already stopped.
Guys, sorry. What Bruno said, okay, and we all here on this table share the same opinion, right? Is deciding in an offshore or coastal race the scoring method after the race has finished is non-acceptable.
Call for trouble.
It's call for trouble, period. Okay, this is, and this comes from, believe me, a lot of experience. Okay, on the other hand, we have the other example of races which, in fact, scoring is decided after the races has finished, which is windward leeward constructed course. Yes, there, and we do it in the World Championships, of course, but also in other races. When you have races which are raced in conditions that are
same for everyone,
and controlled. So if the wind changes, then we change the mark, right? So we want to maintain the geometry of the of the race course in relation to the wind. If you do this, then yes, you can do constructed course, and yes, you can have essentially the scoring, not method, but the results in reality affected after the race has finished according to the actual conditions. That's it.
It's also if you actually manage a race with corporate sponsors, never to wait to tell them, okay, we're gonna have a VIP experience, we're gonna bring you down, we're gonna finish the race, the prize giving is going to be 2 days later. Okay, it's going to be a day later. Not a day later. That'll be fine. Yeah, no, if it's a distance race, that's not the case. It has to anyway. This only works if everyone finishes between a very small specific window of time.
Either way, you have to wait on the boats to finish. The decision of which scoring method can be done late, not next week. I mean, from the race, when the race is finished. Now, that it will not work because it will create a mess, I can answer.
No, but let me maybe just reply again. If you know your rating before the start and you updating the results, you know that first boat has finished is 17, 35, 36. And then you are racing, okay? You know your handicap, you know how when you need to finish to beat him. If you don't know, if you may have 1 or 2, then you don't know what to do.
You have to sail as fast as you can.
I know it's but
I had a race it's some years ago. We were 2 X41s, and we know before the race that if we were in front of them, because it was overseas, so it wasn't one design, it was a slightly different approach. So the only thing we knew was that if we knew we were leading the race, and the only thing we focused on was getting ahead of them. So we actually sailed slower to not go like this, but to be on that boat. Afterward, it shows that he had a wrong certificate. So it was, we had to beat him way more. No, but that's sort of when you, I think for a sailor.
That was a problem because you were lazy sailors.
No. I from a sailor point of view, I would like to know the rating. I would like to have a spreadsheet. I would like to see who should I beat and by how much. If that's something that are decided afterward, it totally changed the ball game. That's my personal, just as a sailor.
Well, your experience is far greater.
But you wanted before to ask, put the question.
Okay. Look, the reason I'm here to listen to you because it's a great opportunity to speak with the Yacht system. We are buying with ORC, and that's fine. I don't mind. But please, when I say that I raise the boat in the limit, I do believe that there's nothing more that I can get from my boat. Right? Now, with your hand in your heart, can you really confirm that if I raise my boat the maximum, and then I have a competitor on a faster boat, on a TP52 or a Ponente, he also raises his boat on the maximum, do I have an equal chance to win? Because from what I observed, this is not the case.
Let me take like this. As I was showing you the results, how close are incorrected times in Windward River, how we have 3 boats in the same incorrected times. In ideal world, if all the boats are sailed to the potential, there will be no winner. Everyone will be the first because everyone will have exactly the same corrected time. To answer your questions, the only thing that we can understand is that you give us your log data, and then we compare your performance with your polars. And I cannot say for 100% sure that every boat has a perfect ballast. Try to imagine that we are rating boats from 18 feet up to the 100 feet. Mathematics, the physics is there, is the same for everyone. However, if you have unlimited budget and if you have the America's Cup monohull, you can design the VPP that is how much, 50% more accurate than what we have, because then you're focusing on one boat. And it is exactly why we have this performance database to analyze the results and to understand maybe we need to fix something, but it's not just for your boat. It's for the, and if you remember the diagrams that I showed you when we were talking about XR41 with the tons of points. So when the ITC is discussing, there are lots more of these diagrams. I mean, where you are comparing the different fleet, because we need to have something that is working for the fleet. Currently, the results that I was showing me 10 boats in a 45 to 50 seconds in corrected time in the World Championship in different designs is telling me that we are going in good direction. It may be that your boat is something that needs help, they need to understand, but it's absolutely impossible to say this is good or this is bad, unless I have the data that you are showing me. Look, your VPP is saying that I should go 6 knots upwind and I cannot go more than 5 or 4. Then we need to understand why.
What Zoran said is the technical answer to your question. However, there is another answer to your question, which has to do with, the ORC. So the equal chance to win is our mission statement.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
But I guess that's why it's
Hang on. This is our mission statement. So now, and we are doing the best we can for this purpose. Are we perfect? Of course we are not. Nobody is. And are there things that happening? Of course there are. For example, take the XR41 that we spoke before. No, there wasn't last year an equal chance. This boat versus the other boats. Why? Well, because their designer found a way, a loophole, something to make a boat which is, they advertised it fast on the water, slow on paper. So is this equal? No, but we're trying our best. So this is our mission statement. Now, if you're asking the question, hey, is my boat accurate correctly and I have every chance to win, or is there a mistake? Who knows? Who knows?
I try to reply you
we are doing our best. Do you have the best sales possible on your boat? We don't rate sales, for example.
I try to reply you in a different way. We have been accused in the past years to overprotect old boats and not to allow new design and new boats to come out because we are favoring the old production boats. That is contrary to what you're saying. Yes. So the views are different. Some people is saying that there have been boats that have been very successful, TP52 under ORC, but they are also successful under other rules. But that a good boat, a good design with 10-year or 15-year-old can still win in ORC. Maybe 20, but well, we are limiting in some way the edge allowance.
36.7 is,
so
yeah,
today I'm hearing your complaint. In other cases, in other meetings, I hear the opposite. So I don't know if you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is a loophole that we haven't found yet. That we will find with your help if you provide your, yeah, okay.
If I have a Wi-Fi setting,
okay.
I will do it.
Thank you.
think we still can send in the data because it's not many who are sending in the data.
Yeah.
So we say every time send in the data, send in the data.
I will be sending every race.
Yeah.
I race approximately 50.
Like I said to you, I give you my email address and
You have it. Be careful what you wish for.
Shall I send them two? Because they are on the opposite side. We have a very nice new boat
Okay.
that we will never win because it seems to be the
fastest
Yes,
rocket.
the rocket. We will never win like this with this.
I give time to experts. It starts being crazy. I can sell it. Yeah, so how to say it? Transparency is also very welcome.
Stratis has our email, so you can.
So we will send to Stratis the presentation about scoring that I promised to you and to everybody. What
need to
else
correct
would you
this.
like to have on paper of what we said today? Then I leave the word to Zoran for introducing tomorrow morning.
So tomorrow there will be more talking about measurement. I'm aware that besides, I know Jan is here. I don't know if there are any other actual measurer. Don't be afraid. The presentation I have is the one that we are using to teach the measurers. But I will skip a couple of these and I will try to talk about what is important for every sailor, race organizer to understand and put a couple of maybe examples or something. There's not much, probably no point that we go out because it is more time needed to measure one boat completely and things like this. But the idea is to give you the view of what we are doing and how we are measuring boat. Some of you are probably know, if you are an owner, you had the measurer coming to you, you know what they are doing, but I will try maybe to explain how we are doing and why we are doing what we are trying to get. This is planned for tomorrow. Maybe later spoke slightly about this classics and idea, but probably we can even, I would prefer even to have some, maybe during the dinner also, some discussion about this in general. And again, please use wherever we are, there is no stupid questions. I mean, please ask any questions. We take the opportunity. And frankly, I'm doing this going around the world and it's always kind of different. The worst thing is that when you are talking and no one is asking anything, this is then I'm asking myself, okay, do I missing something or what's the problem, or people are shy? But I think that we are here to learn all together. We are learning from you as much as you are learning from us. Because if I see now the questions coming and this story about better routing, it gives me completely different view that I think, okay, maybe in the future we should think about this, maybe with the presentation, how we do it and things like this. Because frankly, maybe I didn't know what to expect, but I was in Turkey 2 weeks ago and was the same presentation. The reaction was completely different. Mostly because they are not so experienced, they are just starting, and that now it's good for them because they are starting. We told them how to do it. Maybe if they do one season and they start complaining again, is it working or not? It's but I will come to that stage. But also, last weekend we were in Ireland, and also the people. The only point of the scoring presentation I say is that you need to understand that the scoring is different based on the boat is different rated for different wind conditions. How we get to this is the most important to understand, and this is the power of the RC rating system. That's the difference between the single number other rating system, because if you just want to have one number fits all, will not. Yes, we give you more possibility, we give you more problem to select, to understand which one to use it, but trust me, this is the power of ORC.
Stratis, would you like to say a few words?
But is there, how is it with sailor service? Are people using it?
A little bit.
Do you want
Do you want us to go
show?
through? We can take some of the boats that are represented there and do some tests and.
Who's doing that? Who's doing that?
We always
Yes.
There's
Computer.
Ah, use the
No,
computer.
but I think they're over there.
We have. Okay.
We're gonna buy from Bruno. But I was thinking about tomorrow with the sailor service.
No, but now.
Or do you want to do it now?
Yeah, why not? Or you? Or are you busy?
My case or?
No.
Yes.
Do it now? Okay.
Everybody knows here what is the same service.
Also,
What?
because I'm
I'm
not
not
facing
laughing.
this local area.
We pay.
What you can do inside is, I didn't ask for fun.
I don't think we know the full potential. I can only check certificates of panel models for civil competitive.
You can go inside and do tests.
Yeah, well, I paid also that. I stopped.
No more credits.
Yeah.
You need to do something. We need to get salary. I'm sorry. It's not in the.
No, you log in first and then we can share off.
Yeah.
No, I think it's easier just.
Okay. This is on our web.
You go to orc.org and there is a login. You make a user and you can download all the certificates for free.
You can come closer if you don't see it.
You can download every certificate that are there for free. But as soon as you start doing tests on your own boat, then it costs a small amount of credits.
So, which boat?
Bavaria. Asante.
What's the sale number?
GI 1073.
Say again?
1073. The second is from the down.
Yeah. So I put it in my box. There it is. So now, okay. Okay, so now here I can just go here, edit measurements, and do things like adding a sail, changing a sail, doing anything like this, get a picture of my sail even, or even save the changes and even get a drawing of my boat, which is essentially the same that is on the certificate, the drawing, but it shows, this is good because it shows, if you enter like a wrong mainsail, then you'll see it here, wrong measurements. So, but you want to change. Okay.
Then the rating will be very good.
Okay. Well, the rudder, we cannot change from here. From here we can change only things that are, let's say, measured, like the rig, the sails, propeller maybe,
Crew weight.
We cannot change that. The length of No, nothing. It's given because this has to do with the hull, the measurement of the hull. The hull is measured of this boat particularly. So how can you change the hull of your boat? You cannot. It's there. We have it.
I have a question for my boat, if we can do it.
Sure.
I have a symmetric spinnaker now.
Okay.
And I also have an asymmetric, but not in the certificate.
Okay. See what happens if we.
I was told that the system considers my asymmetric as a code 0, and I have a very big penalty.
Well,
but I don't agree with that.
Okay. So we can just go and. Okay. What's the sale number?
GRE.
Just one before he clicks. You see here, it's a scratch sheet. So if you want to compare, you can take all the boats you want, add them into a spreadsheet, and then you will have a spreadsheet compared for every boat you want to compare with.
Or the name of the boat, that's still. Okay, 62. Okay, there you go. So just add it to my boats and then sales. So we go to sales, right? And there is a symmetric spinnaker, so we add one. So do we have the measurements?
Yes.
Yes.
SMU 10.38.
10. Sorry, 38. Oops. Hang on, because I'm not used to this. Okay. Yep. 10 point. Sorry.
No.
No. 10.38. Yes.
SLE.
Same. So it's not exactly an asymmetric spinnaker then. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Well, let's say that usually asymmetric spinnakers have different lengths for SLU and SLE, which is the Laugh and Leach. But anyway.
The next one.
SHW, yep.
4.95.
4.9. Okay. Yep.
And SFL 6.47.
6.47. Okay, we can already have a look on this. There you go. So already it says that this asymmetric spinnaker is a 77%, which means that the mid girth compared to the foot is 77%, which means essentially that these dimensions are not exactly what we consider, well, it's an asymmetric spinnaker, but it's less than 85%. So what happens is that because these asymmetric spinnakers have a different performance than those spinnakers which are over 85%. So the VPP is using what we call different aero coefficients. There are some coefficients which are used for these and the other spinnakers. Now, of course, these are, let's say, gradual. It's not a switch. It's not a switch. It's just that this thing happens when this ratio falls below 85%. So yes, it's not penalty. It's just, how this thing works.
Can we see how?
Sure. Now we save the changes, and then the thing is, okay, we request a certificate. And so, well, it takes a bit of time, like a few seconds. Yeah, it's running now. The VPP is running at the background.
Credit, right?
Sorry?
Is it with credit?
Yes. Yes, you need 10 credits to run a test certificate. As you can see here, I have thousands of credits. Well, yeah, because I have the. I'm the bank. That's why. I'm the bank. So right there you go. So the APH of the certificate is 661.2, but we can also have a look at the certificate. So.
This is for 25 or 26?
25. It's the same thing for 25. We are not yet in 26. So if you want to see the certificate, sorry, it's 6243. Good, so we go here.
663 now.
Okay, so this is the. So, which, okay, there is the, let's say, original certificate. There you go. So, APH is around 2 seconds, which is not that much. However, this may have an effect on different wind conditions, right? So it may be more in, let's say, reaching, for example, in 20 knots, for example. So here, this is the original certificate. Yes, this is the original certificate. So you have 7.07, 110 knots, 110 degrees, 20 knots. And here you have 733, which is substantially more. If we go now here, you will see that it is 491 versus the new rating versus 501.501. So this is substantial. I mean, it's 18 seconds, right? Faster in this condition.
I still believe this is fair because in those conditions, it's actually the
It's actually, yeah, this exactly, this is the idea. I mean, for one thing, it's the APH, which is the average of everything. And then there are the...
As far as we have the right scoring system chosen for the race.
Yes.
If not, okay, I will be last.
The thing is, look, the thing goes like this. Okay, you say, I want to win this race. Okay, so how, let's say that you have, infinite power, infinite money, and you can do whatever you like. So you say, okay, how is this race going to be scored? APH. Good. So I do the test here, and I say, okay, it's APH, so I know, and it's going to be reaching because I read the weather route, the weather for tomorrow, it's going to be reaching. So if I get a new certificate with my 77% asymmetric spinnaker, then I am favored on APH, right? So if you have a race, for example, where the broad reaching is the norm or the condition that prevails, then boats that have this kind of spinnaker are favored. So, and this is a fundamental reason for using weather routing, because apart from saying that, you know what, these are the forecasted conditions. If we go with weather routing with a new certificate, it knows it's going to be this, going to give you this handicap. So this is the, let's say, the idea, and then you're not favored anymore, or or penalized on the other hand, because of course, describe the situation where you would be favored. There is the other situation where you would be not favored, right? If it was a windward leeward, for example, where, hey, you don't use this.
Correct.
So, any other wants to, say what?
You want to show the draft also how it affects
Sorry, what?
the draft. Change it here.
I cannot do that. No, it's not from Sailor Services anyway. But yeah.
One of my objections when I last used the test with my sailmaker, he did the test, is that we were making some calculations again with what kind of races we were racing. The main idea was that we mostly race races like a Gian Regatta, which is one leg, which is practically a drag race. You have to step on the. So the concept is to make the boat overpower, etc., and then it's my problem to steer. And we needed to run several tests on whether we should keep the symmetric at the boat, on the boat, or to move to asymmetric. And the reason we chose asymmetric was not actually a speed thing, It was mostly handling issue. It's much easier. Anyway, to maneuver, to drive, to hoist. It's much easier, much faster. So we gain much time. So we sacrifice the total downwind, which is not a good thing for us, especially when the wind picks up, to that. Now we used it for 1 year and it's worked fine. The next year, you gave us the
routing.
comparison table of the certificate, and this is where we got 3.8 seconds differently. When the opponents of my fleet, let's say that I compared, which is the most harsh as the small ones and old ones with the symmetric. So we have 3.8, if I remember correctly, and they have 0.4. Now imagine the general APA is at 580, more or less that's my number, moving 3.8 lower, and then you have 700 APH reducing 0.4. This is not.
Yeah, but
so what
you know,
we pay according to your instructions, and then you figure out
that
you have a better performance than we found out now.
No, it's not like it.
I paid too symmetric.
don't take me wrong, but as you said, you went on a symmetric, and it was very good for me. So analyzing, we probably found, I don't know which year it was, that maybe I don't remember, but as I'm saying, analyzing all these data, there was probably feeling that yes, asymmetric is giving too good rating. Again, comparing with the fleet, with results, with everything. So slightly are changed the coefficients that are now giving you. And one thing that I always tell to the people, we are talking about 2 seconds. You say 3.5, 0.4, 3 seconds per mile. You know how much 3 seconds per mile is in terms of speed of the boat?
Yes,
it's on the.
I don't have that. I didn't have
On the, no. When you compare if you are doing 7.6 knots of speed, how much? Not 5 knots of speed. You know how much when you convert these 3 seconds per mile, on which decimal place is the difference in the speed?
No.
How much faster or much slower you should go?
You should go for.
No, I don't know, but
that's
the time.
No, on the speed.
Oh, the time is there.
But on the speed, we are talking on the second decimal place on the speed.
No, I don't know, please.
Okay, so it's simple math. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just need to find here the calculator. Okay, let's say. Hang on. Let's say. Calculator. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
So how much? Let's say you have what 500 APH.
577.5.
575. Okay. Right? 577. Okay. I just want to make it. So 577 is your current APH. Right. So let's say that the difference, you get a new certificate and it is 3 seconds faster.
Yes.
Right?
It was 579.
So 574, right?
What is 574?
Your new APH. You get a new certificate because so you get a new. So the difference is
3 seconds.
3 seconds. Okay. Now to convert this number here to knots, because this is speed, the speed of the boat. It's just expressed in seconds per mile. We can easily convert it to knots, right?
3060
so
divided by that.
It's 3,600, which is seconds, divided. So, oops, where is the division? Divided. I cannot find the division here. Where is it?
Click on the.
Yeah, I will click exactly. Divided by
577.
577. So it's the speed with 577 with your current, let's say, certificate is 6.23 knots. This is the average.
24 around.
Yeah, 24. Okay, so now with the new certificate, which is 574,
No, 3,600 divided.
so 3,600 divided by 574, so is 6.27.
So
Now,
we are talking about 0.03 difference in the boat speed.
The difference is, no, listen. The difference in actual speed in knots of the boat is 0.03 knots. Well, I did this. No, it's. Of course you cannot. You cannot feel it. Exactly. So this is just to say, because when you say, okay, you know what, my boat is 3 seconds faster, and I can feel it. How do you feel it? How do you feel? I mean, you cannot even see it on the. How do you feel the time?
Because it's 3 seconds per mile.
Yeah.
Multiplied by.
Sorry, wrong question. When you say I feel the time, how do you feel the time?
So I can measure it.
Well, you can measure it, and that you.
But you are also measuring the speed of your boat.
Yes.
And when you are steering the boat, are you sure that you can, get 0.03 second knots?
No, not in that decimal. I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
But compared to myself, my last year performance, if I give, which I know how far I am from my target, if you add another 15 seconds per hour, so if I race with myself, the next result will be another 15 seconds per hour, and the race is 6 hours. Suddenly I have 1 minute plus some 1.5 whatever difference from myself last year, and I was unable to reach myself last year. So don't make me faster.
No, I just wanted to. What I wanted to show you here, that the perception when talking about my rating is changed 3 seconds per mile.
What does this mean?
When you convert it to the speed, your first reactions, I cannot even feel it. I cannot understand it. So, that's what I wanted to just to show you.
But just because I don't feel it in the way you present it, doesn't mean that the difference in narration there is insignificant.
No, we don't say that it's insignificant, but it is. Let's say that it is overestimated in a sense.
I just this is nothing to do with the ORC. This is more speed related on the boat. So let's say you are doing a FAR 40 on the top level when FAR 40 was the hottest. Yeah. So let's say, and you have very, very good polars. So you know your targets very, very well. So you are saying in this condition, we should go upwind in 7.1. On the top team, you probably have 0.1 before people are complaining. If I was sitting on the mainsail, which I did for many years on the FAR 40, if I was 7.1, everyone was happy. If I was 7.0, everyone was unhappy. So I tried to be inside 0.1, which is then you need to have everyone on board, the best everything. So what we are talking here is a third of this. So the thing is, I see, let's say I in average goes 0.1 in an hour. That's 180 meters, which is at that speed, it's around 30 seconds, I think.
36.
Yeah, 36
Zero,
seconds.
0.1.
I have lost, if I'm not inside 0.1, I have lost 30 seconds at least. So, and I see from a lot of the teams to hold the boat speed close to target inside 1 point. Yeah, it's very, very hard. So a lot of the teams, they are going like this. The speed is going up and down. Maybe if you go on the really unexperienced teams, they go like 0.7, which are then 1,000 meters in an hour. So let's say we are going 1 hour out there, and you are losing it by 0.3, you are 500 meters behind, which are more or less, it's like 2 minutes behind. So the thing is to keep a boat on target inside 0.1 is extremely hard. It's almost the best team in the world that can manage. So, and the difference we are talking here on the APH is 0.03. It's like this. So I think it's like Soren is saying, if it's 3 seconds. Oh, that's a lot. Or in the XR41, it was 10 seconds. But if you go down and see what 10 seconds is in pure boat speed, it's that. It's one bad tack. One bad tack is 3 seconds. No, one bad tack can be 30 seconds. So I think if you compare it and you go down to that number for 3 seconds, you are most likely way, what should I say, to keep inside that, it's extremely hard. So I think we need to see 3 seconds, what is 3 seconds in sailing sailing in an hour?
Again, if I combine it with my previous question, if I compare to a deep B52 or a great boat, I don't have any obsession with CP, but with a fast boat, if I want to become better and compare myself to a faster boat, then this, you say on the speed 0.3, I say for the race, I don't calculate that like that. I understand the math. This is how, it's not how I perceive it.
But
I perceive it on the race there through Hydra. How much time will I have? If I lose 1 minute, I'm content. We lose races for much less.
But I think let's say you send me the data on the next. Yeah. One of the first thing we will look at is how accurate is the speed. How is the speed going up and down? And if you are inside 0.1, then I would say wow.
Now I'm 0.6, 0.6, 1.2, and I can tell if you move the wind speeds on the table. Yeah, that's it. Look, roughly, what happens on my boat when I compete between 10 and 12, because the conditions are comfortable for everyone, I cannot make a difference. Probably I will lose to anybody who races better than me. Okay, between these. Now, because of the rules that I asked you earlier, the beat angles are surreal because I cannot pull the general mooring. So whatever corrected time, if it's totally upwind, I'm dead. Now, when it comes to the speed of the boat, up to 8 knots, I'm 0.6 below. There is a room here between 110 and 120 because of my asymmetric spinnaker that I have a complete advantage against everyone. I'm not afraid. When the wind is 4, I'm not so, because you recently introduced it, so I didn't start it very well. But at 6 knots, I know what I'm doing. This I'm very close to the speed that is indicated. But the gyre is crazy. You are telling me crazy numbers there. Now, over the 12 knots, the wave starts to be very, very important.
Bigger.
So yeah. I cannot complain about it, because when it's upwind, I'm dead. But when I'm downwind, I can surf it. I learned how to prevent any problem. So I have this table here, and as a joke, in Greek, the same word for table is for painting. So it's pinakas, right, for both of them. And I make fun with my team that this table with Dali's painting with the clocks melting is the same thing. It's surreal. So this is my case. I can guarantee you that in every angle and every speed, as I described it, I'm trying to make the best out of it. And I don't think that the boat can give any more. So this is my case.
Anybody else who would like to play with the sailor
You
service?
could probably show the target speed. Did you download the target speed?
Now it's gonna be, because it's gonna be downloaded, it's gonna come to my email.
Okay, it's going on. It's going on.
This is my boat.
Hmm?
This is my boat.
Yeah, it's your boat. But
Okay.
anyway, but target speed. Is
Target
just
speed,
showing-
it's a table you can get out that are ready to print out in the yeah. But it's only upwind and downwind, pure upwind and or pure downwind.
I have another question for my board, if I may. I don't remember, I don't know actually what is the maximum pull length that I can have. Is it a
Maximum?
No,
pull?
Pole. Spinnaker pole.
Is it a percentage of the J?
No.
Is it allowed inside the limit and after that?
It is allowed, and it is allowed, and you will see the difference in rating. The only thing, the minimum rated area is related to this, but you can have it. You can have it bigger. You'll probably see the effect on the rating.
Can we
It's-
check
yeah.
Sure. With 50 centimeters forward?
I'm going with
Extension.
Extension.
From the
Actual? From the Foster.
in front of the
So it's TPS, not a pole. It's the bowsprit. No?
Ναι, το μπαστούνι.
Το μπαστούνι.
So bowsprit.
Όχι στην απόψη, όχι εδώ σήμερα.
So we go with okay, both symmetric and asymmetric, or just both symmetric and asymmetric, or just
Only for the symmetric.
only for the asymmetric? Okay, so let's say that it's okay. Let's say that the asymmetric on center line only. We are good. Rick. TPS. So it's now 413. How
How much is J?
0.5 meters. It's
more?
4.6.
4.6. Okay. Put 4.63. So save changes and hang on. Well, we don't have the previous one, unfortunately. Anyway,
it was 3 seconds.
it was 3 seconds faster. Okay. This is a thing which most probably you won't see a substantial difference in APH. 110 exactly, but well, or even maybe in wider angles than this.
Yeah, this is what I think. More than 135.
Yeah. Okay. So 659 versus where we were before. 663. So one more second, right? One more second. Now in total, yeah, but in comparison with the asymmetric thing with the smaller bowsprit. So here I remember it was it was 491 as far as I remember. So it's more now. Well, we need the other. Now the problem is this is not my computer. Otherwise, I could show you.
But we are probably. Are there anyone online? No.
No, I can go on my
The
computer.
internet is very slow.
That's
Yeah,
not
but
the
I
thing.
think you can.
Yeah, but it's very slow. I'm trying to follow, to
Oh,
download.
no, but this is cable. I think he has.
But okay.
No, they,
He has a cable. He has an internet cable.
Yeah.
It's much
okay.
faster.
Anyway, the difference is more for half a meter. It's won't be that much. I mean, it's small. Probably you'll notice it on the water, but it's a small difference. It's not going to be like maybe 1 second. In the
I think the first thing that this was from a sailmaker point of view. The first thing when a customer of mine said, "Can we do some test on sailor service?" The first thing I said, I need a tag on every sail you have. So he or she took a photo of the tag of the sail. So I was 100% sure that the measurement was correct inside. And if I did like 20 boats, there will at least be 3-4 boats that it was not correct. So and then I would see, are the right sails active? So I think when you start here, you need to be, because as in anything else, garbage in is garbage out. So I think you start with what sail do I have? Look at the measurement, go inside the sailor service, see that the measurements are right, and then see that they are active, the ones to sail. And I think, I'm not saying it's, but that's the first thing I would start with, to make sure that what you are testing is the real setup. And I think if 10 owners or 20 owners do the same thing, you will find something. It could be a typo. It could be anything. It could be that you have the wrong sail in. So I think that's sort of the first thing I would like to do. And like Panayoti say, look at the drawing, especially on the mainsail, because if it goes like this or makes a bomb, then there is also something wrong with the girts. So I think I would start with you see the luff curve, the leech curve, the profile of the leech. If that's not clean, if there is a bump, there is a typo in there or missing one. So I think before testing anything, you should really double check if everything is right.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask you. I'm a specialist in this. And that there are some numbers on our certificate that I don't understand. There is a code 0 on board that we use, and in 6 knots and 4 knots of wind, it's like we go up with this code 0. And the number is totally increased. So is it something wrong with that, or
no, but I think code zeros are these you put in measurement and you get an area. But code 0 is it's not a code 0. It's a lot of different sails. It's material, it's design, and you can make a sail that can go upwind
with white paint,
with the same dimension and the same area.
This is what I think.
So if you make,
we could check this, because I find some numbers.
Which boat
extremely
but we can probably
just sail number or boat name.
The boat name is different.
Use the same number.
The same number.
Yeah.
It's Paul from Poland. Sì, così lasciami bene.
Okay, so
This is Boyotnik.
there is your certificate.
Can you pull up the speed guide?
Well, again, it's the thing. It's the thing that I have to. I can't pull this.
To yourself.
Well, I have to do it from my computer. Otherwise, hang on. I'll do it from my computer.
Yeah, take your computer. It's easier.
Like, for us,
I think you can actually plug it in here.
I'll just put it on a stick. I'll just put it on a stick. Hang on, give me like a couple of minutes.
But you said it from the high, you do from the manager.
I mean, for us, it's almost impossible to go upwind on zero, but the numbers show that we use it in upwind because the number is very.
And I also think, and this is just from a sail maker point of view, is that sales shrinks. So especially Kevlar. And especially on the luff. So I have been measuring sails that are that much shorter of the years. So I think also, I think if you have a tag on a sail that are 10 years old, you should probably measure it again, because it shrinks. All sail code.
2019. So it's not.
Kevlar can be, it depends on the material.
This is the most expensive sail that we have on board, and we are thinking to put it out.
I would take a measurement and just measure the luff. And if the luff is shrinking, then all the sail is shrinking. And then you could probably have different, it's not that much, but it probably, if it goes down sort of a little, you will gain a couple of 0.2 or something, 0.3.
Okay, so there you go. This is the speed guide of your boat, 2025. Now, what you call the code 0 most probably is this sail, which is head sail set flying. So this shows, and also you got an asymmetric spinnaker, at least, which is maybe this is what you call a code 0, I don't know. No.
The head sail set flying.
Head sail set flying, okay. So this is the sail here. You see that it's.
It is fast.
Yeah, it's well, yeah, it says that it's certainly faster upwind in light wind, so 6 and 8 knots.
Yeah. At 6 and 8 knots, we have no chance in any other boats.
Sorry?
At 6 and 8 knots, we have no chance in any other boat. Because it looks like we are.
Forget about for the moment for other boats. Up to which wind you are using this sail?
The code 0 is good for the light wind, but not in upwind. We cannot use that in upwind.
I know that,
Can you see the codes?
ago, the VPP was actually seeing being much higher, even in 10, 12 knots better than the head sail flying than the normal. Then it was modified, and still feeling is a very light wind you can do. You can do.
You can do upwind.
Yeah, but how much is the difference between how much is we don't have percentage here. You can put a little bit of the drawing, say.
There.
It's almost general. It's a flat. When you say that.
What is the midgut?
Basically, it's
450.
And the J was no, but the foot. No, it does not.
The ratio.
What we are looking at is the ratio between the foot
but this is
and the midgut, and this looks.
You can see this is 55%.
Yeah, this is 55.
I mean, something very,
So it should be able to go upwind, but again, if it's, let's say it's very full. And the thing when you go upwind with the sail, it depends on the material, because when the pressure comes in, it's getting more like a balloon. So if you have a very stable, it doesn't become a balloon, and then you can go upwind. So even though the dimension shows a 55 girt code 0, it doesn't mean that you can go upwind with it. And that's what I said earlier. It doesn't measure good sail or bad sail. It just measures the dimension of the sail.
What's the sail made of? Nylon or Kevlar or what?
It's Kevlar inside.
Mylar.
Nylon. Polyester. Polyester.
Laminated.
Pentex?
Kevlar.
Not that one.
Carbon.
Okay.
Laminated, with carbon fibers inside.
Yeah, but because carbon, let's say you have a laminate with carbon, the amount of carbon is more important than if it's carbon or not. Let's say it's a very thin carbon thread like that. It will not behave like a full carbon sail. So, and then it will probably stretch less than a polyester, but it will stretch.
So there is not something we can do with the numbers in the light wind upwind. We have to accept it or take the code 0 out of the boat for the next race, maybe.
Would that
be an idea?
If you cannot really trim it
No,
to go upwind,
yeah.
then you better leave it out. I mean, this is what I would do myself.
I mean, you can do the test certificate without.
Yeah,
we can, just see what's
Take
gonna
the
be.
sail out and see.
Take the sail
But,
out
I mean,
and see
this
what
sail is useful if you know that you will use it. If you have the conditions where you are not using it, then again, if you are talking about the weather routing or PCS, then it's not a problem because you are rated with the conditions you are sailing. If you are rating with the APH, then this can be a problem.
I think that's the problem with code 0. If it's not perfect code 0 condition, you will be penalized. And the sweet spot of when you gain a lot, it's very, very small. But when you have that spot, you are gone. So it's
That's why.
it's I think that's like I said, I've said a lot of TP52s and that's the code 0 is sort of, should it go in or should it go out? What is the condition? What are you expecting? And sometimes it goes in and sometimes it goes out.
Okay, with APH it's 524 with the code 0. Without the code 0 it's 527.7, which is a thing to now. So if you look at the beat DMG, because this is what we are interested in, right? With your current certificate is in light wind 309. It's 283. This is significant for upwind.
Yeah.
So you have like 0.2 knots difference without. So your if you cannot go with this sail upwind, then you're penalized basically. You can, yeah.
That's why I
Yeah, exactly. So, no, there is a problem there. I mean, with the setup of the boat, the trim of the sail, or the sail itself. It cannot actually go upwind.
There is no problem in the software because
no, it's not.
Cannot understand.
No, it's not. No, it cannot understand whether the sail is, like a balloon, so it stretches too much. It's,
no, but if this was a German flat sail, it would perform well.
Maximum angle of the sail.
Because normally the good code 0 are going upwind.
Yes, but maybe.
I mean, you mean the sheeting, sheeting angle? Yes, as I
close angle that it's impossible due to the geometry of the boat.
As I said before.
That's why they are losing some.
No, this is on agenda. This is on the ITC agenda, maybe to introduce the measurement to know the sheeting angle, to know the
the mast.
No.
The geometry of the blocks in the back.
Exactly. But
Maybe it's calculated with an angle of 10 degrees, but
it is
they can, the maximum they can see
Yes.
is 20 degrees.
this is safe for everyone, but it is on agenda to measure at least the shrouds, and then to have the feeling where how much you can sheet in.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Generally, thank you for bearing up with us. It's a big problem.
It was nice. It was pleasure for us. Don't worry.
Thank you for bearing off with us.
We are demanding that. We want fairness and we want it now.
Yeah, then we share the same philosophy.
So we adjourn, Stratis. Are you okay? We adjourn.
Well, I think we've had a good day.
So tomorrow, what time?
What time we got?
9:30.
Okay.
Same as.
First of all, thank everyone for coming. I know a lot of you came out from very far. But most of the ORC came from much farther, and I'd like to thank them for being here and for taking the time and for being able to listen to everyone for all these hours. It's been a long day for all of you, but thank you. I think it's been useful. At least I believe we've learned a lot. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for organizing everything.
At 9:30.
Thank you, Stratis, for organizing all this.